reportedly totals $100 billion in combined aid for Israel and Ukraine.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Redlands Ranch Market is a unique full-service international grocery store that specializes in authentic food items from Mexico, India, and from many Mediterranean and Asian countries, including popular items from the U.S. They offer fresh-baked items from their in-house bakery, house-made tortillas from their tortilleria, a delicious array of prepared Mexican foods, a terrific fresh fruit and juice bar, and a large selection of meats, seafoods, and deli sandwiches, salads, and halal meats. Their produce department is stocked full with fresh, local, and hard-to-find international fruits and vegetables that you cannot find anywhere else. Don't forget to stop into the massive Beer Cave and experience the largest selection of domestic, artisan, and imported beers in the IE. They can also cater your next event with one of their delicious takeout catering trays of food. Visit them at RedlandsRanchMarket.com. That's RedlandsRanchMarket.com. Redlands Ranch Market, a unique and fun shopping destination.
From the KCAA Weather Center, I'm Daniel Clark. This afternoon, it's sunny and breezy, then clear. High 94, low 60. Saturday is sunny and breezy, then mostly clear. High 87, low 55. For Sunday, it's sunny, then 30% chance of showers. High 78, low 54. I'm Daniel Clark, broadcasting live from the Tri-City Center at the 10 and 210 freeways. We are the trifecta of talk in Southern California. KCAA 102.3 FM, Riverside 106.5 FM, Redlands in the Legacy 1050 AM, Loma Linda, San Bernardino.
Was your car involved in an accident or just need help with dents? All Magic Paint and Body Collision Centers. In business for over 30 years. Their highly trained staff and certified technicians and friendly staff are the best in the business and treat each car as if it was their own. All Magic Paint and Body Collision Centers are family owned and offer state-of-the-art equipment and tools to ensure optimum results. They use the latest technology in computerized color matching and specialize in frame repairs. With their modern laser measuring systems, they're OEM certified, and they have 4 locations to serve you. All Magic Paint and Body Collision Centers offer rental car assistance with free drop-off and pickup services too, and their work has a lifetime guarantee. All Magic Paint and Body Collision Centers are in Norco, Eastvale, Moreno Valley, and in Fontana. Call them at 1-800-61-MAGIC. That's 1-800-61-MAGIC. All Magic Paint and Body Collision Centers. 1-800-61-MAGIC. All Magic Paint and Auto Body says, drive carefully.
This is KCAA.
It's so amazing if we can see it.
Jump off that exhausting hamster wheel and into balanced living with Dr. Marissa.
Promise you joy in the mystery.
Dr. Marissa, also known as the Asian Oprah. Her mission, to be a beneficial presence on the planet. Her purpose, to be your personal advocate to live, laugh, love, learn. Her life motto, don't die wondering. Take back your life with Dr. Marissa Pay.
Balance with Dr. Marissa, the morning show here on KCAA, the station that leaves no listener behind. AM 1050, FM 106.5, and streaming everywhere. iHeartRadio, Spotify, Stitcher, iTunes, TuneIn, Audible, Amazon Music, T-Live, Rumble, Podchaser, Streaker, you name it. I am everywhere. And as you can tell, I am actually, I still beat Alana into the studio, but she beat me on camera here this morning. It is Friday, and I'm so delighted. She actually gave me the option because I have been running my tuchus off this week with covering the Newport Beach Film Festival, out every night till midnight or 1, and then back on the show live in the morning as Troy, and Orville can attest to Troy. Troy's been on almost every day this week. So I'm just so delighted to have the full cashew gallery. We've got so many eyeballs rolling in now. You are tuned to Take My Advice. I'm not using it. Get Balance with Dr. Marissa, the morning show, and our very popular, fabulous series on every weekday, Friday morning with my beautiful Inside and Out co-host, Alon Carter. Hold on, I get to wait. You get some applause. Welcome back to the studio.
I logged in. It's just that I ran off the camera. I just
No. I was ask Frank. I was here first. She honestly
I was having a coffee meltdown. I actually had my coffee this morning, but I needed more, and I was trying to top it off, so I ran off before I got on. Actually, a bit early.
Well, it's so wonderful having you again. I told her last night that the best thing about having a show together on Fridays is, we try to keep in touch during the week, and her schedule's crazy, my schedule's crazy, but we know on Friday we get to catch up, which is true.
Exactly.
Right? And
we actually got a movie last week.
Yes, we did. It was the movie sucked, and it was my choice. So
I know it was week before because we talked about it last week. It did suck. I was talking about it to someone last night because we were talking about the actress, and I was like, "Oh, she's my favorite." I was telling them, and this is someone who's a producer, and I said to her, "The movie sucked. Go see it." I don't want to say.
Go look at the chat. It's like full. Look at
it is. What are they saying? I hope it's nice stuff. It's good.
I mean, there's like 4 pages. I can't even go back. Look, we've got new people too. Dave, we've got Dave G Sound. Let me get my eyes on. Orville Nation, of course. President, I think Orville PJ is his name. I think PJ Troy is now your co-president because he's been on all week. Dave G Sound, welcome here. This is Orville Nation's doing. Kelsey Horn. Oh my goodness, we are getting so many of PJ and Troy's fan club here. We've got Dr. Carter. And
Are they related to me? My last name's Carter. Maybe Carter's related to me.
Are you related to Alon? Let's see. I'm trying to do this here and do it at the same time. And I worked out this morning. As you can see, I'm steaming up my own glasses.
I didn't have my contacts on today because my eyes were watering. I don't have allergies, but I'm getting allergies now, and I was up all night. And my eyes are...
Maria's here.
If you see me squint, it's because I can't see.
And Orville Nation is making a joke that actually, some people say, I'll do this for Dave. I don't know if Dave, you know why, or Kelsey, why I have been called the Asian Oprah. People go, oh, did you make that up? Actually, I was introduced to Oprah as the Asian Oprah. So what an honor that was by Michael Bernard Beckwith, who is a friend of hers, and he's been on her Super Soul Sunday series. He's my big brother. So that's how that happened. There's a longer story, but we won't do it. Let's see, who else is going on? So he also said at the end of the show, what Orville's saying is that soon they're going to call Oprah the Black Dr. Marissa. And I said, please don't say that too loud.
You're going to call, what did they say, the Black Dr. Marissa? That's who I am?
They're going to call Oprah the Black Doctor.
That's okay. You can say it.
No.
It's like now we're so politically correct. We can't say anything. If you can call yourself Dr. Asian Oprah, then she could be the Dr. Black Marissa.
Yeah, whatever. We have someone new here. Elihu Wahoo. Elihu.
Are you trying? You can't pronounce it?
No, I can't pronounce Elihu who. All right. It sounds like
I'm not going to put someone's name in their mouth.
So anyways, let's start with our breakfast. Y'all ready for breakfast? We're going to have a bite of my gratitude sandwich. And we have enough in the chat, so everybody gets one gratitude. Get ready, type it in. 8 specific things you're grateful for every single morning. And then 8 things that you like about yourself at night. And that way you will sandwich your day in the most positive way. So are you ready? I am grateful for my cashew gallery. Go ahead.
I'm grateful for getting here on time this morning.
I'm grateful that I have Frank to start the show even when I'm a little late.
I'm grateful that you're patient when I'm running on camera just to get my coffee again. I have to be grateful for you being appreciative and patient.
I love you too, but don't say that P word. I do not have that P word in my vocabulary. Last time I asked for patience, I got teenagers. So
well, I have kids. That's why you have to have it. You learn to have it. It is the reality of life.
You have more of it than I do.
Yes,
okay.
I still have a young kid.
Eli Howe. There we go. Troy said, I am grateful that it's Friday and I'm less than 9 hours away from a cocktail. Okay. No comment. Let's see. Grateful to watch these 2 charming ladies every Friday. That's from Oracle Nation.
Thank you.
And Maria, do you have one? And we'll round it out. Okay, then do an appreciation. Now, why do I do appreciations? Because the short version is, if you can't approve of yourself, how the fork do you expect other people to approve of you? So I believe my BS belief system is that self-care, self-soothing, self-approval is the foundation of good mental health. And we're all about that. So I appreciate that I am charming.
I appreciate that I'm funny.
I appreciate that I'm funny looking. No, I'm kidding. Maria tuned in here with, I'm grateful that I have things to be grateful about. Thank you. Very nice. Go ahead.
I am grateful that I've had people who have stepped up to the plate for me.
I appreciate that I am trying. Yes, you're very trying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had allergies today. I am grateful that my mother is feeling better.
Yay! Mama!
She has to have surgery on next week.
Oh,
I know, but I'm grateful that she's slowly but surely getting better.
Fantastic. Goldie is her mama, and she is beautiful inside and out as well. She is also a former playmate, and anyways, we won't go there, but she's amazing, and I love her. She's part of my family, my friend's family. So, and Kelsey, you made a great comment, but I can't say it out loud because one of the words will get me into trouble with the FCC. It's a $70,000 fine, I believe. So you can read that. But I'll just say, if you can't love yourself, how in the blank you gonna love somebody else?
That's
and
true.
Everybody agrees with you. Kelsey appreciates that she has patience, no keyword, compassion, and empathy for everyone I meet, which is great. And Maria appreciates that I can laugh at myself eventually. So we just finished breakfast with our guest. You are tuned in to Take My Advice. I'm not using a gift house. The Morning Show, and our very special Friday series called Tempting Conversations with Dr. Marissa and
Elon Carter. Good morning.
And thanks for
we didn't do
oh, sorry, we didn't do
here we go. My coffee's not right this way. This way.
I finished my coffee when I went to the bowl. Click. Thank you. That's Breakfast of Champions. Thank you for joining us this morning and having breakfast with us. All right, here we go. What is our topic for today? I think I actually chose it today because I wanted to tell you what happened this week at Newport Beach Film Festival. In particular, I ran into someone who I actually shared a stage with at I think it was the Kodak Theater about 10 years ago. You'll know him if I say, da 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 da. Did I get that right? It's not to infinity and beyond, but it's to go where no man has gone before, and that is William Shatner, 92. So he was only 80 when we spoke together on stage. I was hired by Wells Fargo, the EVP, Tim Hanlon, and it was a philanthropic conference. And he had his executive assistant look for a motivational speaker. She found me on Google, which was pretty cool 10 years ago. And William Shatner spoke, I spoke, and Mark Shriver spoke, Maria Shriver's brother, who is the president of Save the Children. And that's how I first met him. And then at Newport Beach Film Festival, he was the winner of the Legend Award. And so he was up there, he spoke, I'll just say much more eloquently than he did. I think he had some Troy drinks before his talk that day. I hope he's not listening. And I was like, okay, he's, Mr. Priceline. He did more of that. But man, he has this documentary film that is a must-see because the man is 92 and literally has drank from the fountain of youth. And I wanted to show you a couple of clips so that you could drink his Kool-Aid too and have a talk about, life and death, because he's 92 and he was very frank about what he thought about death and how he looked at death. And Jason Alexander, who I didn't know was a really good friend of his, was his mentee, actually. Jason was very frank about how he met and was influenced by William Shatner, and it was beautiful. So let's see. Do you have any questions before I pull up a clip? You know what? I have problems pulling up the clip, so I may have to do this the old-fashioned style, which I apologize for. But I tried to get Alon to go with me, but her schedule is crazy. Tell me while I'm pulling this up, what's going on with my boy, Trace?
Well, he has something to do tonight. He has a performance for a private event. And he's got a couple of things this week, and that's why I'm tired. He had a meeting yesterday. I'm tired. So I'm just trying to manifest stuff, right? Just creating stuff every day, just setting him up in the position. It's interesting because, sorry, I'm getting a new cup of coffee. Somebody just I'm trying to stir my stuff in it, make it all nice and creamy and stuff. So, people don't realize they see us on the red carpet, they see us at events, and they don't understand that it takes time the way Hollywood is to manifest to get money coming in. Just because you see someone out, people think, oh, you're in Hollywood and you're glamorous and you're rich and you're making a whole bunch of money. No, it's so much money you have to put out to get there. So it's now getting to the point where he's starting to get traction where, he's getting stuff and people are asking to bring him on, and I'm so grateful. But that's for years of me doing the work. So I'm like, I can't sit down. I constantly have to go out. So people don't understand that's how it works. Just because they see you out, when anyone, they see someone in Hollywood, and most actors are struggling, especially now because of the strike. And I had a conversation with someone, because when you do make money and you are on a TV show, you have constant income. But it's been so long, this strike, people are doing other side things to maintain their lifestyle. So anyway, I was just saying that I'm just out grinding every day, and now getting him where I am starting to set him up where he could start manifesting. So we'll be in a different position a year from now. So I'm grateful. That should be one of my gratitudes. I'm grateful that doors are opening for us. I am very
Absolutely. And I have yet to meet an overnight success. Like every single
Looks
celebrity that I've
everyone
ever interviewed, there's no
Yeah.
such thing. They've been working, they've been rejected, they've worked at McDonald's, they've worked, as a waiter or waitress. That's just the way it is, and people don't see that. And they
Right.
don't. What was interesting was Jason Alexander. Well, I don't know. Let's see if this plays. So we're gonna try to do this the old-fashioned way.
I have the overseer to buy so
92 years old.
And he's so sharp. It's going in and out, so you can't hear what they're saying.
Oh, really? Bummer. Okay. So, well, he's asking him about death and how he feels about death. And what was interesting was his he doesn't want to die. He's 92. He has lived an amazing life. Like, I didn't know until I watched that film. You have to watch the film. It's called You Can Call Me Bill. William Shatner, You Can Call Me Bill. It's something close to that. Just Google. And it came out in March, and they showed it not even as the opening or closing night film, but I had no idea how many movies he's been in. And I'll put all this on social where you'll be able to hear more of it. Plus, I don't know if I have the copyright permission to show it anyway, so that takes care of that. But I had no idea that besides Captain Kirk, he's been in so many movies. And did you know that he actually took the character of Captain Kirk from his Shakespearean background? So, yeah, he was the understudy when Christopher Plummer was supposed to do, it was either Macbeth or Hamlet. I think it was Hamlet. And he got sick. And so they asked William Shatner, can you step in, for the performance? And he said yes. But if you look back and listen to Shakespearean actors and the emphasis and go and da-da, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's where he got his inspiration to present this character. And that was the question Jason Alexander asked William Shatner was, where did you get that character from? Like, you have your dialogue, but how did you create the character? So he went on for like 8 minutes without really answering the question. And that's why he said, I'm going to give $1 million to anyone who can explain to me what part of that was his answer to his question. But it was a wonderful night. I did get him to flash peace with me. And he said he remembered me from the talk. I think he was just being nice.
You're not
what?
No one's going to forget you.
Oh, I love you too. But anyways, yeah. So I did not flash peace with Jason Alexander because his wife had COVID. So we weren't getting anywhere near him because I don't know, but still have not had it. I know 3 people, and I'm going to be a lab rat, I know, soon. But anyways,
see that.
So it was just such an amazing, the whole festival, shout out to Greg Schwenk and his co-founder, Todd. The two of them, this was the 24th annual. I've been a Chinese Spotlight film sponsor for 7 years or 8 years, and it's just one of my favorite stops on the joyride of my life every year. So next year, y'all, in my cashew gallery, plan your vacation around the Newport Beach Film Festival. I get tickets. You can come, and we can play on the red carpet. It's a lot of fun. I met Pierce Brosnan a couple 3 years ago, Tony Hawk last year. So just plan it, okay? It's in October. And then today, after the show, I hop on a boat to go cover the Catalina Jazz Festival. Might as well just stay for the entire October.
Yeah, you might as well stay for the weekend. That'll be fun to go to Catalina.
I
Last
wish
time I
you
went to
could go with
Catalina,
me.
I haven't been back to Catalina since the one time I did go. I got so sick on that boat. Oh my God. Are you
Were you feeding fish?
Yes. I had Trace was a baby at the time, and I gave the baby to somebody. Keith was like, "Where's my baby?" I'm like, "Some lady has him downstairs." It was so bad. The man's like, "Give me your baby," because I haven't been back since. Unless I go on a helicopter, I'm not going.
Oh my gosh, that's too hilarious.
Yeah,
so
no.
in our cashew gallery, PJ's agreeing there's a lot of sacrifice for your kids.
Yes.
That's amazing, manifesting all the good things and all the doors opening. That's for you. Georgie boy, I'm not sure who that is. Oh yeah. He's sharp and yeah, TJ Hooker.
I totally
forgot about TJ Hooker.
I totally remember TJ Hooker. That's
I forgot.
You know what? I have to say, and I haven't said anything. I'm quiet because I'm like I didn't watch Star Trek, so I remember having an audition for it. And I think because I didn't even get a call back on that audition because I think at that time I didn't watch it. I know my parents did, so I wasn't prepared, and I didn't know. You know, it's a different type of genre of acting, and I watched it sometime, but I know him from TJ Hooker. I did watch him on TJ Hooker.
Do you think your dad is a Trekkie? Alon's dad is the founder of the Temptations, in case you didn't know why we call this Tempting Conversations.
Oh, yeah, he loves it all the time. He likes all sci-fi, and my daughter loves sci-fi. She's a big sci-fi person. So
well, I know everybody in the chat is huge sci-fi.
Yeah, my daughter definitely. My father definitely watched the show.
Yeah, Boston Legal. He was on it. Oh, Orville saying, "Spill it, Alon."
I know. You see, I'm not saying anything. I'm trying to be diplomatic.
Well, I want to just play this part since I can't play any of the other stuff I was gonna play. It was in the promo. Let's see if we can't show this. Here we go.
I'll have you checkmated your next move.
Can I turn this up? Right.
Well, I ever mentioned you play a very irritating game of chess, Mr. Spock. Irritating? Ah, yes. One of your earthly emotions. Certainly you don't know what irritation is?
As long as he has the kind of presence, he could be a joker. He could be light, he could be heavy, he could be... But that command presence is what you need. So it's an interesting phrase. Go boldly. Go boldly. Go with courage. Go fully. Go with commitment. That's what it means. Don't do it half-heartedly. Whatever it is you do. Do it fully. Do it passionately. Do it with your whole being. This is what I believe in for the next 5 minutes. Then I'll believe in something else.
The episode came about the fact that he accomplishes more in a week than most of us can imagine doing in a year. This unbelievable drive and energy and curiosity makes him one of the most fascinating people in the world.
He looks pretty darn good for 92, I gotta say.
Age at all. It's phenomenal.
Right? Super, super amazing. So yeah, so that was the experience that I had. One of the highlights. There were so many highlights. I so disappointed my daughter yesterday. I've not met him, or I don't know of him. I could have probably gotten an interview with him, and she replied too late. But Glenn Howerton was the guest last night, closing night. I did get to meet the Latin lover actor who was also in Coda. I met his wife, and I got a super huge compliment from her that she was actually okay. So I knew you were gonna ask. I am the worst. PJ can attest to this. I am the worst name recognition media broadcast journalist you will ever meet because I don't know. I just people are people, and I think it helps me because it doesn't scare me to talk to anybody. But I'll look it up. You guys probably know this better than I. Anyways, Alon, Troy has a question for you. He said, "Are you working on any music projects?" I think that's what he's asking.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so can you talk about any of them?
Just so you know, Trace did a rendition of Papa Was a Rolling Stone. And so we're actually about to break the song and launch it. And we're getting some people behind it because he has a lot of music, right? But the thing is, you can promote your own music, but you know, it takes a lot of money to promote it. You've got to get the right people behind it. And we have people that are actually behind this particular song that want to push it. So, you know, because they believe in the song. And the thing is, even if you have money to promote your song, which people don't understand, if you don't get it distributed and people don't hear it, they don't know. They don't know to go search on Spotify. You can have all the platforms till the cows come home, but if no one's heard the songs, that's why you hear radio play over and over and over. Then you kind of songs you don't even like, you start singing, right? And then you'll search for them. So we've got the opportunity to have someone who's willing to get behind the song. And I think him doing a remake helped, right? Because they can identify. And I noticed that a lot of pop artists start off that way. They remake songs and puts them kind of on the map, and then they kind of go into the genre that they want. So right now, that's what we're launching, that song. He has other stuff, but we're going to focus on that. And then he's going to start working on new music soon. So yes, thank you. And he has a show coming up next month. So we're working on it. Yay.
Bye, Dave Sound. He's got to go. Thank you for tuning in for the first time. Those of you who are just tuned in now, wondering what's going on in the studio today, you are tuned in to Take My Advice. I'm not using a gift balance with Dr. Marissa, the morning show. 598 consecutive weeks. This is show number 1045 for Who's Counting. And you are tuned into KCAA, AM 1050, FM 106.5, and streaming everywhere. iHeartRadio, Spotify, Stitcher, and my YouTube TV channel, which houses all of those shows. If you free subscribe and every morning, weekday, you will get an alert to tune in, especially on Fridays when we have tempting conversations with Dr. Marissa and
Elon Carter. Good morning.
Excited co-host, and we're tempted to talk about, I just finished talking about the Newport Beach Film Festival, meeting William Shatner for the second time, and having a great, I'll wrap up that segment by saying I now know what the secret to a long life is. I thought about this question, and he absolutely is an example of it. It's called curiosity. He is curious about everything, and he's passionate about everything he is feeling and being present about right now. Who does that sound like? Like, being one with your food, being one with your people, being one with your life, being one with what you're doing, being one with how you're feeling. And he's so curious. He wants to know. He went to the moon. I mean, not the moon. He went into space with Bizu, or whatever his name is.
The one that 5 minutes space.
That blue moon thing. And then he cried when he came down, and he was like, "Why am I crying? Why am I crying?" And he said, "I'm crying because it's, what we're doing to the planet. You know, what are we doing to the planet? And he's, you know, he was aghast at some famous interviewer, just an interview who said, "I don't believe in climate change." And so he everything that he's curious about, that's what keeps him going. There's no, like, he has no ailments. Well, I don't know. We're not going into, some people comment about, you know, how he looks and he's a little puffy and all that, but he has the joie de vivre and the longevity syrup and Kool-Aid. And I absolutely think that it is curiosity about life, the love of life, and he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go. He's just juicing his life, which is what I do. So I used to think I was going to die early. Not unless I change my attitude about life.
That's constantly have that in your mind, because if you do, then something can happen. I mean,
Right.
I don't think like that at all. People go, "Oh, your time is limited." I don't believe in that. I think that you just like keep learning, and I think you have to always be curious. I think when people think they are not willing to learn, they stay ignorant, and when you stay ignorant, then what's the purpose of being here if you don't grow? I think as beings, we're here to grow. I tell my son all the time, even at my age, I'm always learning, and I'm always every day. I'm like, oh, I this age and I didn't know that. Like, and it's simple things, and I'm like, I thought I knew, and I know that I'm still learning all the time. And I, even when I don't agree with people, I do listen. And I really get aggravated when I have a conversation with someone and people will tell you, no, no, it's like this, it's like this. Well, you can't say that because you don't know, their experience might be different. And even though I may not agree with you, I may learn from your experience by listening, right? And I found that now that I'm older, I'm more patient. And I know you don't like that word, but I have to say that because for me, that's what works, because I've learned to be more patient and listen. And I tell my son all the time, listen, because you will be surprised what you learn every day. You don't know, you think you know, and you learn from other people. Um, and so I think that probably keeps him curious and that helps him. Doesn't mean that it has to be academic learning. I think traveling and learning different cultures is accepting of the universe. And that's why we stay ignorant, because people won't travel and people think, oh, well, our way is the best way. Well, I learned from living overseas in other places that our way is not the best way. You know, that's just very narcissist behavior to believe that we know everything and what we do is better than everybody else. You know, when people look down on American people, that's part of the issue. They're like, that's what you guys think. Even when I lived in England for so long, they're like, that's your problem. Now, there's a lot of things I didn't like about living over there, but I also realized how spoiled I was because I was spoiled from being here, right? Doesn't mean that we are better. It's that we can learn how we've gotten things handed to us and everybody else doesn't. Even when people don't have money in America, things are more accessible. People in other countries, things aren't even accessible or possible at all. You know, it makes you appreciate mankind and it makes you want to help people. So anyway, not just saying that, I'm just thinking like learning and there's cultures that live up in the mountains, especially in Asia. They live way over 100, right? I like to go there and I like to learn what they do to have such longevity. And a lot of people drink, and I don't drink and I don't smoke, but they do, and they still live over 100, and they're active, and their mind is sharp. That's the kind of stuff I want to learn: how to stay sharp, how to learn more, um, things that will benefit me to have a happy life. And I don't look at life like, oh, I'm gonna die at 80 years old. I hear people say, I've heard my dad say, I have shorter years ahead than I have behind me. If you start getting in that mentality and saying that, and you're like 75 years old, you're going to be thinking like, well, I may only be here 20 years. Not necessarily, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know, Maria said that exact point earlier. Don't like the saying "you only live once." Not true. You live every day. You only die once. So live every day.
Exactly.
So,
I
yeah.
don't think I also now believe that we are infinite beings. I don't think we die. I think we come back in different forms. I think that we may come back from different planets. And I think, you know, with the racism things that we deal with on this planet, I think you better be not kind to people because you never know what you're going to come back at. And Lord has a sense of humor. If you believe in God, whatever the beings are that created us, and whatever you believe, they have a sense of humor.
Yeah, you're getting a vote for president.
Oh, thank you. You may come back. You may come back at the very thing that you hated in this lifetime. So, you know, it's the karma of the universe, but people don't think. And I think sometimes when if you believe in all the kind of spirituality stuff I do believe in, I think that we carry things over from past lives, right? And I think sometimes some of the people hate things that maybe they had from a past life that they've carried on to this life. Because there is the subconscious in your chakras that carries memories from past lives. Yeah. So if you hate a certain group, maybe that group in your past life did something terrible to you. Maybe they killed you. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying that sometimes we carry things or we have phobias. Like I have a phobia of snakes. I hate snakes. People have phobias and I think they carry that on because maybe something happened. But that to say, I don't think that we die. I think we keep going and going and,
Yeah.
If we go to other planets, I just know we come back something.
Yeah. Well, I am spiritual, and I'm not religious, and the definition I use is religion is for people who want to avoid going to hell, and spirituality is for those of us who've already been there. So that's my definition of spirituality. But yeah, I believe that there is no death in the way that we think that we stop. Like we're all energy, and if you think about when you're in the hospital bed, and if you are dying, are you dead when your brain is not working? No, your brain dead, but you're still alive. Do you stop when you're not breathing? No, you're still alive. You're on a breathing machine. What is the point of death? Is just this, right? Remember the beat? What is that measuring? Energy. And when the energy leaves the body, that's the point of death. But the energy's not gone. It's still there. It goes,
we're in a vehicle. We're in a vehicle. And I know that I said before I like the afterlife stuff that I want to find someone who has experienced stuff so we can have a conversation with them. But I want to tell you what happened to me last week. I believe in that because I have gotten signs from people, especially my best friend that has passed on. And when I got sick, she would send me signs. There's a sign that I get from people all the time, and I know it's her, and it's so blatant, right? And even I've listened to stuff, and it's like, this is not coincidental, right? This is something that I only could get. So anyway, I'm going to Costco last week, right? Just a couple of days ago, and it's across the street from my great-grandmother's apartment, and I go there all the time. And I grew up going there because she helped raise me, and she's been gone since '94. I just happened to pull over because I was having a conversation in this parking lot. And in the parking lot is the backside of her apartment building. And I wanted, for some reason, Trace is in the car. We're having conversations. We're having meetings, right? And I said, Trace, hold on a second. I want to go look. There's a big, like, brick fence. And I just happened to say, I want to get on the fire hydrant and peek over at my grandmother's apartment. Now, I haven't been there since she passed away. I drive by, but I've never been in the backside where her apartment is. So you knew exactly what it was, a sunflower, right? So I look over and I'm just looking in the corner where she was, just like where her apartment was. And I can't see anything. There's no one there. No one. I can't see the door. But as I get ready to get off, obviously the glass door had been open, right? The glass door was open and all I could see was the glass door of the apartment building because it was like if you have A, B, C, and it's a senior apartment. So there's different blocks of those apartments. I literally saw the glass door close when I was getting ready to get off the thing I was standing on. And I go, oh, okay. I knew right away that was a sign that she knew I was there because she lived there. Now she doesn't live there anymore, but I've never gone to look at that side or never been in the actual gate in the building where she lives since she's passed. And that's been so long ago, but I'm always at Costco. And so people can think I'm crazy, but I know for sure that was a sign she knew I was there because I was trying to feel something. And I don't know what told me to get out the car to look. And I saw the door close. And I was like, okay, thank you. You just acknowledging that you knew I wanted to, you know, feel something. So I'm very close to her.
Yeah.
So that's another sign that I believe, and just like you put the sunflowers up, there's my spirits guides and my ancestors are around me, especially when I'm stressed out. Whenever I'm stressed out, I get all these signs that I know only the messages for me to let me know you're going to be okay. And they're watching out and they're protecting me.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm so glad we're talking about this. I was hoping that we would talk about life and death because that's what struck me from William Shatner's documentary. And Kelsey's saying, I think mortality is something that people don't like to think about, but it's something that should be talked about more. It can be scary, but if we live life fully every day, then it won't be as bad. And honestly, I think I've been blaming religion a little bit this week because on Thursday for Straight Talk, we were talking about commitment and how, religion has done a number so that you feel guilt and shame if you get a divorce, which is really not, it's not helpful for
Right.
people to stay together who hate each other or the kids are not, being served. Same about, purgatory, hell, fear of death, scared. And people spend a lot of their life, people come to me for coaching because they're still grieving someone who died 10 years ago. And I get it, you're sad, but they're not really gone. And if you can shift your mindset, your BS, your belief system around what death is, then you get to see sunflowers, you get to see signs, you get to feel the presence. I feel my dad all the time, I feel
I think it's also cultural too, because I have friends who, lost their parents and they're like, oh yeah, it's sad. They lived a good life. And, first of all, let's talk about Black culture. They don't bury their loved ones for 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks before they have a funeral, right? Really, seriously, they'll wait a week or two. And then after that, they're going to have the whole fallout at the funeral. And we interpret death culturally, not every person. It's very difficult for Black people to accept death. We really harbor it, which other people look at it a lot differently. It's how, and I think a lot of that has to do. And look, I was not raised really religious at all, but I'm saying on general people. I'm not speaking on specific people. I'm saying general people that most Black people are Baptists. And I think it's a cultural thing that's brought up in the church. So I think if you are really religious and you brought up with that cultural belief, the attachment is different. I'm more spiritual. I think I see a bug. I'm more spiritual and I have a different belief.
Who was that?
I think it was a little mosquito. I've got mosquitoes because I have that backyard.
Was that someone bad from your past?
But I have to say, like, I still have a hard time with the loved ones that I lost. I think that I have to look at it different. It still hurts. Like, so cousin Benita lost her brother 3 days ago. Yeah, and so she's struggling. I haven't really had a chance to talk to her. I've been texting her, but she can't even talk about it. He was really sick, but we just ethnic people look at death a little differently. And if you're Jewish, I know they bury their loved ones the next day. Like next day, they have to because of the bodies and how they believe. That's what happens. Us, we take 2 weeks.
Wow.
And that's funny. It's different. Every culture is different. So I think that if we can come at understanding that we're one as people and that we do live on and we're still there and we're just in a different realm, I think the people are still with us. I don't think people realize it. I think the veil is just now starting to come off. I think the plan is just starting to understand that it's not what we've been taught. We've been taught totally different than what is really happening in the world that we birth.
We're getting some great comments in the Cashew Gallery chat. Kelsey, always keep your heart open to receiving messages and signs from your loved one that have physically left the world. And, mediums and psychics, I believe that we all have the ability to listen ourselves if we tune our ear open, he's going to the store. Thank you for joining us. And that pronunciation is way earlier in the chat, but Waihu, thank you for joining us today. And Kelsey, thank you for sharing all of your great BS belief systems that are helping the conversation around life and death. And that's what if you've just tuned in, you wonder what's going on in the studio. This is Take My Advice. I'm not using it. Get that. So Dr. Marissa, the morning show here on KCAA, NBC News Radio, CNBC, and NBC Sports. AM 1050, FM 106.5, streaming everywhere. iHeartRadio, Spotify, Stitcher, and if you free subscribe on my YouTube TV channel, you will get access to all 1,045 shows, as well as my red carpet playlist. I also interviewed Lieutenant Uhura, Nichelle Nichols, who I think she was 80 something at the time, and I made the mistake of asking her how old she was, and she bit my head off. But that's a great little.
Just think about it. Someone did that to you. How you?
I know. I say I'm ageless, but it was pretty funny. If we have time, I'll bring it up. But just go to my.
It was funny. She didn't think it was funny.
I know. I'm 88% fabulous. 12% of the time I step in it. But yeah, so when did she die?
Yes, she did, didn't she?
When did she die?
Like a year ago or 2 years ago.
Oh my. Well, this is what I get. I have no TV. I'm in the news, but I don't watch the news. And I don't have a TV.
And she says for me to come over and stay over, and I'm like, there is no television in your house. I have like 10 TVs in my house. I'm just going to tell you, I'll put the moose on the table. I have 10 TVs in my house. She has not one TV.
I stopped watching TV 8 years ago.
I need noise. No, see, I can watch other stuff. I need noise in the house. Because I don't watch a lot of TV, but I have to have it on. I leave my TVs on for my dog and cat because I don't want them to be bored.
Now I know why you don't come, because I travel a lot, and so I invite her to stay here. I have $1 million view. I don't know if you've all seen the view lately.
There's no TV in the house. I don't want to look at the. I love it all day.
The view. That's my TV. That's my natural TV. So, anyways, where were we? We've got less than 5 minutes left. Frank has me that. Yeah, as usual, we're running out of time. Troy says not many cast left. That's true. Did I tell you that my nephew is Ensign Kim from the Voyager? Did I mention that? Because I know you all are Trekkie fans and all of that nerdy stuff, which is cool. But yes, I just got 5 minutes
on the show. Because this is all London. She loves everything about all of that. She loves that stuff.
Yeah. Yes, Kelsey, if you come next year, that reminds me, Alon, of the TV exec in Scrooge who wanted programming for cats. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, you guys love Garrett. Yeah. So okay, so death. Let's keep talking about it because we opened that can of butterflies, and I believe that yes, it is totally normal to be sad when someone leaves their body, and that I did my very first this last year in the room when the plug was pulled from someone I knew quite well. He was my brother because of a program we both belong to. And I met, as a result, his niece, who, it was a weird circumstance of how I ended up being one of the people in that final moment when the doctors came in and pulled out the plug. And Harry, I believe he had already left the body. I did not see Harry in his body, even in that last, 4 days before he was only in for 6 days in the hospital. Went from, he hated hospitals, he hated doctors. When he said it's just a little bit of indigestion, the doctor couldn't believe that he was walking around basically with a perforated intestines and colon. Had to be in a lot of pain. But anyways, so he went from like lucid to completely, they had to stop the surgery on the table because he went into cardiac arrest twice. So they pulled the plug and I was in the room, and honestly, I thought I was going to be uncomfortable and scared. And it was one of the most touching, amazing, like I was face to face with death, but it was not death. It really was the turning of a page in the chapter called Harry in his body. So Harry is still here. Harry is where I believe I was before I came down here. My vision is we're all in a lineup. We come from this place where there is no pain, but we also can't taste up there. We can't fight up there. We can't grow and expand or feel safe. So we walk in and we go, and no sushi, and we're in line for life. We're in line like a amusement park, and we go into a body and experience life for what we want. And
I think that you can create whatever you want when you are out of this realm. So whatever reality you want, I think I can get sushi if I want sushi when I get there.
Yeah. We're out of time. We're getting frantic. I'm going to get a text in a second. Great comment. We could probably do 2-hour show. We'll have to think about it. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is Dr. Marissa and
Elon Carter. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Great, tempting conversations. It's all about balance, peace in, peace out. World peace through, inner peace. Now go and have the best weekend. Thank you so much, Cashew Gallery.
KCAA Loma Linda. The Legacy KCAA 1050 AM and Express 106.5 FM.
The information and opinions you hear on the Del Walmsley radio show are those of the host, Del Walmsley, his guests, and his callers, and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of this station, its affiliates, its management, or advertisers. The Del Walmsley show is for entertainment purposes only. Please consult a professional regarding your personal investment needs. Nothing presented
KCAA Loma Linda. The Legacy KCAA 1050 AM and Express 106.5 FM.
NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan isn't giving up on becoming the next Speaker of the House. Jordan told reporters this morning on Capitol Hill he'll stay in the race despite resistance from his colleagues and losing 2 rounds of votes earlier in the week.
We need to get to work for the American people. We need to do what we said we were going to do. We need to do what we told them we were going to do when they elected us and put us in office. And frankly, we can't do that if the House isn't open. And if we can't open the House until we get a speaker.
Third vote is scheduled on the House floor this morning, but Jordan doesn't appear to have the necessary support from members of his own party at this time. As far as the other party, House Majority Leader Hakeem Jeffries this morning.
He is the poster child for MAGA extremism. We are saying to our traditional Republican colleagues, good men and women on the other side of the aisle, end the attachment to the extremist Jim Jordan and join with Democrats in finding a bipartisan path forward.
The House has entered its 17th day without an elected leader. The chamber is unable to pass any legislation until a speaker is elected. President Biden is appealing to American citizens for support in the wars in Israel and Ukraine. More from Mark Mayfield.
During a rare primetime address to the nation on Thursday, Biden argued support for the two nations is key to national security as he prepares to ask for congressional aid. He said that American leadership is what holds the world together, adding that both Hamas and Putin represent different threats but want to annihilate a neighboring democracy. Biden added there is no higher priority than getting the hostages held by Hamas back home. The president plans to send Congress a supplemental funding request on Friday that reportedly totals $100 billion in combined aid for Israel and Ukraine.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
For over a century, AM radio has evolved to meet the needs of our community. More than 80 million listeners depend on AM radio each month. It's also the backbone of the emergency alert system, keeping us safe in dangerous times. A new bill in Congress would ensure this free, reliable service remains in cars. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
It's that time of year again. No, not the holidays. Medicare open enrollment. And if you have questions about Medicare, you should talk to the local experts. Paul Berich and Associates. Paul and his agents are certified with plans that are accepted by most of the medical groups in our area. Call 909-793-0385. Their service is free, and after 42 years in the business, their agents are trained to help you pick the plan that's right for you.
Could you use a little extra money right now? If you'd like to borrow up to $100,000 and get pre-approved in minutes, call the number we'll give you at the end of this commercial. Our lending partners have already loaned millions of dollars to individuals just like you, and we're ready to lend you up to $100,000 if you qualify. Even if your credit is not perfect, you could use the money to pay off high-interest credit cards, for home renovations, or consolidate existing debt. You can get flexible, easy-to-pay terms. The consultation to find out if you qualify is free. To find out if you qualify for our special financing program, call this toll-free number 24 hours a day. 800-215-0703. 800-215-0703. 800-215-0703. That's 800-215-0703. Important terms and conditions apply. Not all applicants will qualify. Loan amount, annual percentage rate, and term will vary depending on creditworthiness. Applying does not guarantee approval. Account approval is subject to verification and confirmation of your credit history and acceptance by a lender. If you choose to apply for a loan through us, a consumer report will be obtained to evaluate your creditworthiness in connection with your application for credit.
From the KCAA Weather Center, I'm Daniel Clark. This afternoon, it's sunny and breezy, then clear. High 94, low 60. Saturday is sunny and breezy, then mostly clear. High 87, low 55. For Sunday, it's sunny, then 30% chance of showers. High 78, low 54. I'm Daniel Clark, broadcasting live from the Tri-City Center at the 10 and 210 freeways. We are the trifecta of talk in Southern California. KCAA 102.3 FM, Riverside 106.5 FM, Redlands in the Legacy, 1050 AM, Loma Linda, San Bernardino.
For over a century, AM radio has evolved to meet the needs of our community. More than 80 million listeners depend on AM radio each month. It's also the backbone of the emergency alert system, keeping us safe in dangerous times. A new bill in Congress would ensure this free, reliable service remains in cars. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
KCAA.
You're listening to the Tahibo Tea Club radio show, hosted by Milan Vukovic, founder of the Tahibo Tea Club.
Welcome to the Tahibo Tea Club radio hour. My name is Milan Vukovic. I'm the founder of the Tahibo Tea Club. Without my father, John Vukovic, there would be no Tahibo Tea Club. My father was diagnosed with colon cancer that had spread to the pancreas in 1998 at the age of 86. He started receiving treatment at the Houston Medical Center, which is the biggest medical center in the world, bigger than Boston. Because the size of the tumor on my father's pancreas was the size of a half a brick, I was told that there wasn't anything they could do for my father and that I needed to put my father's affairs in order since he had about 2 months to live. So, of course, I started planning a funeral. I called our friends and family and told them how grave the situation was and told them that if they wanted to see Dad, they only had a couple of months and they might want to do so now. One of the families that came to pay their last respects to my father came and brought Tahibo tea with them. They said Tahibo tea cured their brother from cancer. I looked at them incredulous, as if they were Martians or something. I mean, my dad was getting treated at the Houston Medical Center, and no one was saying anything other than to plan a funeral, and these people were telling me that the tea's going to cure my dad? But of course, I was polite to the people since they came to pay their respects. In any event, after they left, I cooked up the tea, and my father figured if he had 2 months to live, what's the difference if he's drinking the tea or water? He has to drink something anyway. So he's drinking the tea, and 2 months later, when they put him on a CAT scan machine, they thought their CAT scan machine was broken because they couldn't find a tumor on his pancreas that used to be the size of a half a brick. So they said to my father, you know, the hospital right next door here at the medical center also has a CAT scan machine. Since you already drank the contrast dye, we'll phone them and you can walk over and they'll take a picture so you don't have to come back and do it all over again next week when we get our machine fixed. So my father walked next door. They took a picture. They couldn't find any cancer either. My father is now 86 years old. He's been cancer-free for over 20 years. And not only is he cancer-free, he's in such good health, he takes care of my garden and even mows my lawn. I mean, I'd be embarrassed about it if he didn't enjoy doing it, and I know it's good for him. Our customers always get a kick out of it when they ask me how my dad's doing, and I tell them as long as he's mowing my lawn, he must be doing pretty good. The tea's certainly been a blessing in my family's life, and God willing, our tea will have the same benefits for you, your family and friends, as it has for mine and so many others. Not a week goes by that someone doesn't call in with a truly miraculous recovery. Bone cancer, brain cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, mesothelioma, leukemia, diabetes, you name it. And not a day goes by that someone doesn't call in with some type of a success, whether it's just beating toenail fungus. Well, toenail fungus may not be imminently life-threatening, but if you have it, you don't like it. The Tahibo tree is an amazing tree. It never gets sick, never gets infected, and never gets infested. As a result, the highest potency Tahibo comes from the inner bark of the tree where the arterial and vein system, called the xylem and the phloem, in the tree reside, which brings nutrients to the rest of the tree. And that's why we only harvest mature trees over 40 years old in the rainforest of Brazil. The harvest method we use is to semi-strip some outer bark to get to the inner bark without cutting down the tree and allowing the tree to heal itself so they can be harvested again. It's also the only tree in the world the fungus doesn't grow on. So as a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. These benefits go a long way to helping our immune system contend with a lot of things it normally has to contend with on a daily basis. Parasites would be something like stomach problems. Inflammation would be something like rheumatoid arthritis. Infection would be any infection from a tooth infection to a bladder infection. Viral would be something like herpes. Bacteria would be something like gum disease or stomach bacteria. And fungus would be something like toenail fungus or candida. But maybe more importantly, what the tea does is build the red corpuscles in the blood which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. Our immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer happens to die in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps regenerate new cells. Everything from the cells in our skin so we look better to the cells in our organs so they function properly. And it can truly be miraculous for somebody fighting a potentially life-threatening disease such as diabetes or cancer. In future programs, we'll discuss Tahibo tea versus AIDS, anemia, arthritis, asthma, bronchitis, other types of cancers, colitis, diabetes, diverticulitis, eczema, fungus, gastritis, gonorrhea, gout, HIV, impotence, infections, leukemia, lupus, Parkinson's, prostatitis, pyorrhea, rheumatism, ringworm, ulcers, virus, and yeast infections. One time a customer asked me, he said, boy, it sounds like the tea helps with everything. It does really help with a lot of different things, but for some things, for example, with the bones, calcium helps with the bones. The Tahibo helps with a lot of different things, but you need some other things also for a healthy diet. I'd like to talk a little about the proper preparation directions for Tahibo tea to be effective. Even though we call it tea, what you're actually preparing when you make it properly is a decoction. A decoction is just a fancy word for what our forefathers used to make when they used to take a root and cook it in order to release its beneficial properties. It's easy, but you don't steep it in hot water like regular leaf tea, but rather cook it like spaghetti. I'll tell you how easy it is to make just so you don't think you'll need a degree in physics, but you don't have to remember any of this because the directions, of course, are on the packages as well as in the literature you automatically receive with your order. You take a pot of water, bring it to a boil. Once the water is boiling, you toss in a tablespoon of tea for every 2 cups of boiling water, cook it on high for 5 minutes, reduce the heat, and cook on simmer for an additional 15 minutes.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pau Arco Super Tea helps build red corpuscles in the blood which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer dies in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pau Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on. As a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com.
Welcome back to the Tahibo Tea Club radio show. Now, this next segment is a segment with live listener call-ins from previous shows, and you'll be hearing their questions, their successes, and their experiences with Tahibo tea. So please do give us a call and let us know how the tea works for you. Thank you.
Howdy, I'm interested in trying out the tea. Sounds pretty interesting. Keep hearing the commercials about it.
Oh, absolutely. 1-pound package of tea will make you a lot of tea. It'll make you 300 8-ounce cups or glasses of tea. So even if you drink it like water, 8 glasses a day, it will still literally last you 5 weeks. Now, in terms of the dosage, I get the question quite a bit, how much tea should I drink? The more the better. But at a minimum, a person wants to drink it regularly, meaning 2-3 glasses a day, which is great for a stewardess who doesn't want to catch a cold but once every 5 or 10 years. On the other hand, if you're trying to get rid of something, let's say you're trying to get rid of an infection or diabetes or something life-threatening like cancer, well, you need to get rid of it before it gets rid of you. So it's a race. At that point, you do need to drink 8 glasses a day or more. One time I got a call from a man in Phoenix, and he says to me, I don't know if you remember speaking to me 4 months ago. He says, But I had prostate cancer that was aggressively metastasizing through my whole body, my bones, everywhere. And you told me to drink a minimum of 8 glasses a day, or as much as I could humanly stand. So I literally took that to heart. And I was drinking a gallon a day, which is 16 glasses a day. I was drinking so much of your tea that sometimes I was drinking and having to go pee at the same time. But I'll tell you what, in 4 months, I don't have cancer anymore. Now, is there any particular concern that you're looking to address with the tea, or you're just looking to drink the tea for health maintenance?
Yeah, so I'm looking for just more or less just general health. And
you're not getting any younger is what you're telling me.
You got it right.
Well, the tea does all of that. You know, the tea builds the red corpuscles in the blood, which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. And our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves, while the immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer happens to die on oxygen. So you don't have to be fighting a life-threatening disease in order to drink the tea. As a matter of fact, in our system, we don't keep track of people's credit cards or debit cards for security purposes. The only thing we keep track of is their name and address, because we want to make certain that they get the tea, and then the tracking number that's associated with the shipping. Other than that, we don't keep any other information. So when people do want to reorder, they have to call us and, say, I want to buy a pound or 4 pounds or 8 pounds or whatever they want to buy. And this one lady from San Diego calls in, and I happen to be answering the phone, and I look her up, and I notice she'd been a customer like 6-7 years, right? And I said to her, can you tell me the primary reason that you're drinking the tea? She says, yes. She says, with every order, you automatically include informational literature, and in those booklets that you automatically include, when you open it up, where a staple page is like a sandwich, she says, you got about 30 things listed that the tea is good against. And I go, yeah. She said, I don't want to get any of those. I'm 79 years old. I look like I'm 60. I don't take one pill, and that's the one I want to keep it. And I go, well, good for you. God bless you, So our tea, and you'll certainly see the tea working. Like in 2 to 3 days, you're going to start feeling a wellness that you haven't felt before. It's kind of like if all of a sudden you started working out or something like that, except without the pain. When you start to work out, you get the pain. With our tea, you don't get the pain. You just get the beneficial properties of it. So we have a lot of famous athletes that drink our tea because they want faster muscle recovery. A lot of famous movie stars that drink it, a lot of famous singers that drink it, and there's nothing wrong with them. They're in radical shape. They just, want to make sure their skin looks good, that, they don't get sick and all that kind of good stuff. And then, of course, we have a lot of people that drink it because they have serious health ailments, and, they drink it because they want to get better, and oftentimes conventional medicine has not helped them. So, that's why they drink it. Now, is there anything else on your mind or any other concerns that you have?
I think the benefits list sounds pretty awesome. Yeah, to not build up lactic acid, it must have some amino acids or something in it, long-chain amino acids.
Yeah,
that help with recovery.
Yeah, it's got 20 active elements in it that work synergistically. And that's actually a problem for the pharmaceutical companies, because they'd have made a drug out of it already, because this tea's been around for over 1,000 years. It's not like it's brand new. They'd have made a drug out of it, but their problem is when they isolate the elements, they don't work properly like they do when they work synergistically. And, of course, with our tea, 1 pound making 300 cups, it costs like 16 cents a glass to make. Well, a pharmaceutical company is not going to make something that costs 16 cents a dose. I mean, if anything, they're going to make something that costs $1,600 a dose. Not only that, I mean, these days it's ridiculous. The treatments are start at 30,000 and then go upwards of 100,000. It's just absolutely insane. So a lot of times people ask me, well, why don't the pharmaceutical companies use it? I go, seriously? They already got a gold mine. They're pushing chemo on everybody at, $100,000 a trip. They're not going to be able to sell tea for $100,000 a treatment. So that's why. So yeah, it's got a lot of beneficial properties. And what's funny is that people oftentimes will buy the tea for one particular concern that they have, whether they have rheumatoid arthritis or they have an infection or whatever it is that they have. And then they'll call me back and go, oh my God, it also cleared up my toenail fungus. I can't believe it did that. And, then we have to tell them, well, of course, our tea comes from the only tree in the world fungus doesn't grow on. So, of course, it's going to clear up your toenail fungus. That's like the first thing it's going to do. They go, oh, my God, I've had it for 15 years, and this is the first time my toes look good. Now my toes are the only beautiful thing on my body. And I go, okay, well, great. So you're absolutely right. I mean, it helps with a lot of different things. And then please stay in touch and give us a call back, because the only way we can help more people is to hear back from your experience.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on. As a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea helps build red corpuscles in the blood, which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer dies in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com.
Yeah, sounds good, buddy. One thing that came to mind was that you said that pharmaceuticals had a difficult time isolating. I've seen that type of thing before. Like, sometimes I have chronic fatigue or something, and like a shot of espresso does work. It works really well because it's like the caffeine plus the supporting compounds that are in the coffee. Whereas just like isolated caffeine pills, or even like chelated caffeine pills to drag out the caffeine, make it last longer, it doesn't work like just a shot of espresso. So the supporting compounds that you would get from the tea, it would be probably highly beneficial and make it actually work, whereas isolated compounds don't have what they need.
No, you're exactly correct. And not only that, you just reminded me, a couple of weeks ago, I was watching the European qualifiers for soccer, and they were playing. Italy was playing a game, and you won't believe this. They had an espresso machine on their bench, and I'm thinking, oh wow, that's really fantastic. You know what I mean? So like during the breaks or at halftime or whatever, you can just have an espresso if you play for the Italian team. I go, good for them.
It's amazing how well it works. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking myself, pretty smart. I mean, these people are drinking, Gatorade or water or whatever they're drinking, and these guys got shots of espresso. Whoa, man! I want to play for the Italian team. Well, very good. Well, thank you so much for calling in.
Sounds great, man. Will do. I'll keep in touch.
All right. Our tea is absolutely fantastic against infections of all types, from tooth infections to bladder infections. With infections, for example, a tooth infection you can get rid of faster than you can with penicillin. You can get rid of a tooth infection in a week to 10 days. Let's say your mouth is throbbing like you see in the cartoons. You take a drink of the tea, hold it in your mouth for about 2 minutes, and the pain will immediately go away. You can't even get rid of the pain that quickly with a Vicodin. Now, if you stop drinking the tea at that point, you haven't knocked out enough bacteria, so the pain will come back in about 30 minutes. If you take about 1 glass an hour for about 4 hours, you'll completely get rid of the pain, but you still haven't knocked out enough bacteria. So if at that point you stop drinking, the pain will come back in about 3 days. So you need to continuously drink the tea for at least 1 week in order to get rid of the pain that's associated with the bacteria, and get rid of the bacteria, just like when you go to a dentist and they say, here's the penicillin, take 2 a day. Even though you'll feel great in a day, you have to drink it for 10 days or so in order to completely knock out the bacteria. Good morning, listener. You're live on the air with Milan Vukovic. Go ahead, please.
Good day. I
Good
actually
day.
got some Tahibo tea about, I want to say 3-4 months ago, and I bought 4 pounds of it, kind of a lot for an experiment.
Yep.
But I have a friend that was having he's had some chronic, like joint pain and just physical stuff. She walks with a cane, doesn't stand well and everything.
Right.
So wanted to introduce her to the tea, but, obviously skeptical because it's been so long and all. So
right.
I was wondering, where could she get, like, the live stream to listen to you or some old archives or some other video stuff to get her information on the tea and the possible benefit that she can get?
Yeah, we're on virtually every streaming platform that there is, from Spotify Radio to Alexa to iHeartRadio. One of the easiest ones, if a person is not using a streaming platform right now, is iHeartRadio. You can either download the app on a cell phone, or you can go to a computer and just type in iHeart.com. And once you're on iHeart's app or the computer, all you have to do is type in Tahibo in the search engine, TAHEEBO, and it'll play you one of our archive shows. As a matter of fact, there's hundreds of archive shows, and we're actually working on new ones to upload that'll be just completely different. But nonetheless, the ones that are on there right now are good as well, and she'll be able to listen to our radio shows, and all she has to do is in iHeartRadio type in Tahibo, and that's it. Now, for more information about Tahibo tea or to order, visit our website, TahiboTeaClub.com. The first word is Tahibo, spelled T-A-H-E-E-B-O. The second word is tea, spelled T-E-A. The third word is club, spelled C-L-U-B, then .com. So the complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com. That's TahiboTeaClub.com. Or call us at our offices in Los Angeles.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on. As a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TaheeboTeaClub.com. Taheebo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TaheeboTeaClub.com or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TaheeboTeaClub.com. Taheebo Tea Club's original Pure Pau Arco Super Tea helps build red corpuscles in the blood which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer dies in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TaheeboTeaClub.com. Taheebo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TaheeboTeaClub.com or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TaheeboTeaClub.com.
You're listening to the Taheebo Tea Club radio show, hosted by Milan Vukovic, founder of the Taheebo Tea Club.
And included in the package, there will be informational literature that'll tell you all about the beneficial properties of the tea. And if you ever need any more of the informational literature that your friends or relatives are interested in, all you have to do is call our office and say, hey, listen, I need 10 or 20 booklets or whatever it is. Can you send them to me? And they certainly will. I got a call from a guy up in San Francisco one day, and he says, you know those booklets that you automatically include with every order? I go, yeah. He goes, well, he says, could I buy some? I says, you don't have to buy them. We print them for informational purposes. He says, you don't understand. I was literally on my deathbed with cancer, he goes, and he says that now I'm completely recovered just by drinking your tea, and everybody at my church wants to know what happened. And I need like 800 of them. I says, no sweat, man. We'll send you 1,000.
Not a week goes by that someone doesn't call in with a truly miraculous recovery. Bone cancer, brain cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, mesothelioma, leukemia, diabetes, you name it. And not a day goes by that someone doesn't call in with some type of a success, whether it's just beating toenail fungus. Well, toenail fungus may not be imminently life-threatening, but if you have it, you don't like it. The Taheebo tree is an amazing tree. It never gets sick, never gets infected, and never gets infested. As a result, the highest potency Taheebo comes from the inner bark of the tree, where the arterial and vein system, called the xylem and the phloem, in the tree reside, which brings nutrients to the rest of the tree. And that's why we only harvest mature trees over 40 years old in the rainforest of Brazil. The harvest method we use is to semi-strip some outer bark to get to the inner bark without cutting down the tree and allowing the tree to heal itself so they can be harvested again. It's also the only tree in the world the fungus doesn't grow on. So as a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. These benefits go a long way to helping our immune system contend with a lot of things it normally has to contend with on a daily basis. Parasites would be something like stomach problems. Inflammation would be something like rheumatoid arthritis. Infection would be any infection from a tooth infection to a bladder infection. Viral would be something like herpes. Bacteria would be something like gum disease or stomach bacteria. And fungus would be something like toenail fungus or candida. But maybe more importantly, what the tea does is build the red corpuscles in the blood which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. Our immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer happens to die on oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps regenerate new cells. Everything from the cells in our skin so we look better, to the cells in our organs so they function properly, and it can truly be miraculous for somebody fighting a potentially life-threatening disease such as diabetes or cancer. In future programs, we'll discuss Tahibo tea versus AIDS, anemia, arthritis, asthma, bronchitis, other types of cancers, colitis, diabetes, diverticulitis, eczema, fungus, gastritis, gonorrhea, gout, HIV, impotence, infections, leukemia, lupus, Parkinson's, prostatitis, pyorrhea, rheumatism, ringworm, ulcers, virus, and yeast infections. One time a customer asked me, he said, boy, it sounds like the tea helps with everything. It does really help with a lot of different things, but for some things, for example, with the bones, calcium helps with the bones. The Tahibo helps with a lot of different things, but you need some other things also for a healthy diet. I'd like to talk a little about the proper preparation directions for Tahibo tea to be effective. Even though we call it tea, what you're actually preparing when you make it properly is a decoction. A decoction is just a fancy word for what our forefathers used to make when they used to take a root and cook it in order to release its beneficial properties. It's easy, but you don't steep it in hot water like regular leaf tea, but rather cook it like spaghetti. I'll tell you how easy it is to make just so you don't think you'll need a degree in physics, but you don't have to remember any of this because the directions, of course, are on the packages as well as in the literature you automatically receive with your order. You take a pot of water, bring it to a boil. Once the water is boiling, you toss in a tablespoon of tea for every 2 cups of boiling water. Cook it on high for 5 minutes, reduce the heat, and cook on simmer for an additional 15 minutes. Since our tea comes from the only tree in the world the fungus doesn't grow on, you can make a whole big batch, 10 or 20 cups at a time, leave it in the pot on the stove, and it'll stay good for 4 days without refrigeration. Put it in the fridge, and it'll stay good for 8 days with refrigeration, and you can drink it hot, room temperature, cold, or iced. The tea has a mild, pleasant flavor, kind of halfway between Lipton tea and green tea, but a little bit sweeter than either one of those. Our tea tastes so good that 95% of our customers drink it straight without putting anything else in it. Even teenagers drink it straight. So, you know it must taste pretty good. You can, however, add anything you want to the tea after you prepare it, such as lemon, for example. About the only thing we don't recommend to add to the tea is sugar. Not because it has any contraindications with our tea, but because sugar feeds virtually everything bad in our body, from fungus to diabetes to cancer. The other thing you can do to change the flavor and have some fun while cooking the tea, you can take any old fruit that you have on hand, like an apple, a pear, a peach, mango, whatever it is, slice it up, or take blueberries and crush them up and toss them into the boiling water at the same time you're tossing the tea in, and cook it with the tea. You can also take ginger or a cinnamon stick and cook it with the tea. And because the tea naturally has such a mild flavor, you'll immediately change the flavor to the fruit that you're using. This is especially useful when you're giving the tea to a child to drink, because an 8-year-old has not acquired a taste for any kind of tea, regardless how mild it tastes. Tahibo tea has no contraindications with any medications, so it can be taken on an empty stomach, a full stomach, with medications or without medications, and with or without other therapies.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea helps build red corpuscles in the blood, which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer dies in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on. As a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TaheeboTeaClub.com. Taheebo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TaheeboTeaClub.com or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TaheeboTeaClub.com.
Welcome back to the Taheebo Tea Club radio show. Now, this next segment is a segment with live listener call-ins from previous shows, and you'll be hearing their questions, their successes, and their experiences with Taheebo tea. So please do give us a call and let us know how the tea works for you. Thank you. Today, we have visiting with us one of our customers, and all of the cases are personal to the people, and because they do involve medicine, we do not release the names of the people. Of course, my father is my father, so you're also welcome to meet him, and you know who he is. But otherwise, unless somebody tells us, please go ahead and broadcast our name. If we're talking about a case, we don't do that. So it's the same thing when you give us a call and you talk about your case, we won't be giving out your name. So we have a customer here that is visiting us today, and she came in a couple of weeks ago and bought the tea for a coworker of hers who I believe had fourth-stage prostate cancer. Can you tell us a little bit about your coworker's prostate cancer?
Yes. His doctor diagnosed him with the fourth stage of prostate cancer approximately 4 months ago, and they have him on chemotherapy. They're giving him 2 shots of chemotherapy twice a month, and his PSA test was off the charts, and he was looking for a remedy to help him to live because the doctors did not give him a good diagnosis about this prostate cancer disease. So I gave him a tea. I bought the tea for him approximately a month ago and had him to try it, and because he was doing the chemotherapy.
Can you also tell us what symptoms that he had and the effect of chemotherapy?
The symptoms he had was he was really internally, he was feeling very, very sick, and he had a lot of pain internally in his body, in his abdominal region. And he just felt very, very sick and nauseous, and so that's what prompted him to go to the doctor. And the chemotherapy that they started him on, which were the 2 shots a month, were making him very, very sick and nauseous. And so the tea, the Taheebo tea that I gave to him and he started boiling and drinking, he was up to 3 cups a day that he was able to drink. He just had an appointment with his doctor this week, and he told the doctor that before his pain level was approximately at least 200. That was his level of pain that he was bearing in his body, and it was very painful for him and excruciating. And with the appointment this week, he told his doctor that his pain level is now between 5 and 6. So it has dramatically decreased. So with the pain decreasing, that means his body is becoming more and more well.
Well, that is fantastic. And that's exactly what the tea does. The very first thing that the people notice that are taking the tea for cancer is that the tea gets rid of pain virtually immediately. And when I say virtually immediately, we're talking about anywhere between 1 and 10 days, on average in 5 days. And we're talking about even people with really severe pain who are taking 10 or 20 narcotic pills daily. So we're looking forward to the results of your coworker's appointment from his doctor that I'm sure he'll receive this coming week.
because if the pain has been reduced, then the next steps in terms of cancer eradication are also going to be reduced. Now, a lot of times on our cases, we get calls from people that are diagnosed with different types of cancers, and oftentimes they are only given maybe 3 or 4 months to live, and they call us up and say, I realize we're all going to pass away at some point, but I just need some time to be able to put my kids through school because I have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. So if I can just get them through school 10 more years, then I'll be at peace. Well, I tell you, our prayers are with us, and if you have a moment and you'd like to say a prayer, I'd like to join you in for a prayer to help your coworker and all of the people that are fighting serious diseases.
Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord God, we ask you right now to look on all of those that are sick and afflicted and diseased in their bodies. And we ask you, Lord, to utilize this tea, get the word out to the people that are sick and feeling hopeless, that they don't have any hope to live. We ask, God, that you will allow this tea to be purchased by them and to be utilized by them on a consistent basis, and allow that tea to initiate healing and restoration in their bodies. And we speak and decree that wholeness and wellness will be manifest in every body. And we pray, Lord Jesus, that they will have a testimony to your honor and glory of healing and restoration in their bodies. And we thank you, Lord, for a great move of your Holy Spirit in this earth, God, to proclaim the gospel to these precious souls and to bring them into the saving knowledge of you, Lord Jesus, and save their bodies from metastasizing and from toxification. And we thank you, Lord, for cleaning out the body through this Tahibo tea. In Jesus' name, amen.
Well, thank you very much. We hope to have you visit with us again. And, God willing, the tea will do for your coworker the same as it's done for so many other people.
Another customer called if we knew that dogs prefer our tea over water. We told him we knew dogs liked our tea, but why did he think they preferred it over water? He said he had multiple dogs, one of which was sick. Since he had 3 dogs, he also had 3 water bowls, and he replaced one water bowl with the tea, and that bowl was gone first every day. So, since the dogs were the only ones drinking out of the bowls, it was easy to figure out that the dogs preferred the tea over water. So, all you do to get a dog to drink the tea is just swap out the water for the tea, and the dogs will drink it. And if by chance they don't, all you do is put 2 or 3 ice cubes in it, and the dog will think it's dessert, and by tomorrow he'll be asking you for the tea. I have a lot of cases of dogs. One time, a funny incident, we had a lady call in and say she had a friend who had a Chihuahua, and she gave it the tea, and it no longer shed hair anymore. And since she also has a Chihuahua, she gave the tea to me, and now my dog doesn't shed hair anymore. And we'll have to continue the story after we come back from sponsor break. See you in 2 minutes.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on. As a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea helps build red corpuscles in the blood which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer dies in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com.
Now, for more information about Tahibo Tea or to order, visit our website, TahiboTeaClub.com. The first word is Tahibo, spelled T-A-H-E-E-B-O. The second word is tea, spelled T-E-A. The third word is club, spelled C-L-U-B, then .com. So the complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com. That's TahiboTeaClub.com. Or call us at our offices in Los Angeles at 818-610-8088. Our Los Angeles office is open Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time.
This next segment is live listener call-ins from previous shows.
With regards to her joint pains, the tea will certainly help her. However, in some conditions it helps more, and in some conditions it helps less. So, if her joint pain is caused by rheumatoid arthritis, the tea will completely help her because rheumatoid arthritis is muscle-based. Now, if the joint pain is because of osteoarthritis, the tea will still cut down on the inflammation and reduce the pain. However, the tea will not remedy or fix the bone-on-bone grating that she's having. So if it's a knee joint, at some point she's going to have to get knee replacement surgery if that's what she wants and wants to get rid of that pain completely. But the tea will still help her even if she's got bone on bone by cutting down on the inflammation and the pain. On the other hand, if it's rheumatoid arthritis, in that case, it'll completely help her.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Just as a side note, I actually took it for a skin condition that I have, and I've seen tremendous improvement on that. And then I did have a nail that I just thought was funky, and apparently that was like fungus or something. So I've seen clearing up of that happening, and I wasn't even expecting that.
Yeah,
so,
that happened. God bless you, man. That happens all the time. People will buy the tea to address one concern, and then to find out they're going, oh, heck, it's fixed this too, and they get all surprised and everything like that. I had this one guy call me up, and he says to me, I couldn't lift my arm, one of my arms, more than parallel to the ground, like 90 degrees. And I said, man, you sound like George Burns when he went to the doctor, and he says to the doctor, my left knee is bothering me, right? And the doctor says to George Burns, he says, what? He says, it's 90 years old. And George says, well, so what? So's my other one. But that's not bothering me. Anyway, he says, yeah, that's what it's like. He says, one arm I could lift up, above my head, and the other arm I couldn't. For no apparent reason, he goes. And I went to doctors, he goes, for 2-3 years. Nobody ever figured it out. And I didn't even buy the tea for that, he says. I bought it for something else, he says. And I started drinking the tea. And he says, I noticed, he says, that, I could start lifting my arm above my head, like my other arm, like I'm going to dunk a basketball, he goes. I'm going, this is truly amazing. And he says, and I never, knew what the cause of it was, and nobody ever figured out what it was. He said, but all I know is once I started drinking the tea, man, now I can lift both arms above my head. So yeah, that's great. When you find things that the tea helps with that you weren't expecting, it's a good surprise.
Yeah, and just as another benefit, it's not necessarily a brain fog or anything, but I just feel that my mind's sharper after having it too. So just overall health.
Yeah. We get that all the time, where people call up and go, I'd read about wellness and this and that, and I felt pretty good, but he said I really didn't realize what real wellness was until I started drinking your tea, where my body, my brain, everything started feeling just like really good. He goes, so it's because what the tea does is it helps the body to heal itself to be doing what it was supposed to be doing in the first place. So from that standpoint, it's beautiful thing, and you got to drink something anyhow. So it's truly beneficial.
Yeah, but I think it'd be great if you guys could get some more stuff on YouTube or anything, because when you go look at that, a bunch of other things come up, but it should be everybody should be going to you all instead of all the other distractions or other things. That way,
right. Yeah, well, we've got a couple of things up on YouTube, but you're absolutely right. We need to get some more up right now, and so we're putting together a staff to actually do that.
Gotcha. Well, whatever we can do to reach out to people that are already there. We need to get people's email addresses too. Tell them to like, share, follow.
You got it. Thank you so much for calling in.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on. As a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pouty Arco Super Tea helps build red corpuscles in the blood which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer dies in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com.
The Tri-City Shopping Center in Redlands is home to some of the best bargain shopping in the region. Cityware, Style for Less, and Dollar Tree, to name just a few. Friendly shop owners and staff are waiting for you to stop in for the many specials and bargains they're excited to share. The Tri-City Shopping Center is located just off I-10 between Alabama and the Tennessee exits in Redlands. Make it your home for all your shopping needs, and you'll know why the Tri-City Center is called the Mall with a Heart.
KCAA Loma Linda. The Legacy KCAA 1050 AM and Express 106.5 FM.
The information and opinions you hear on the Del Walmsley Radio Show are those of the host, Del Walmsley, his guests, and his callers, and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of this station, its affiliates, its management, or advertisers. The Del Walmsley Show is for entertainment purposes only. Please consult a professional regarding your personal investment needs. Nothing presented on the Del Walmsley Show constitutes an endorsement, recommendation, offer, or solicitation to buy or sell any product or security.
Portions of the show may be previously recorded. Welcome to the Del Walmsley Radio Show. Del challenges the status quo, questions everything, and empowers you to return to your core beliefs to make your life better. If you're ready to hear the truth and get your roadmap to the lifestyle you really want, the next hour will change your life. And now, your host, self-made millionaire, national award-winning investor of the year, CEO and founder of Lifestyles Unlimited, Del Walmsley.
Welcome to the Del Walmsley Radio Show, where the hype ends and the help begins. I'm your host, Del Walmsley, and as always, we're working on your financial freedom. Well, friends, got a rather interesting show planned for today. Starts out with helping some individual email respondents, and then it's going to go into some national reviews of the financial situation in the country and where I see that taking us and what types of decisions we need to make from that. But I have to tell you, just out of sheer interest alone to yourself, today was a strange day for me. I woke up, and the first thing I found out was that somebody very close to me, good friend of mine, good friend of Lifestyles Unlimited, had died. I'm not going to give you his name right now because I think they're still notifying people around him, staff and so forth, that it's happened. So we'll let him have time. We'll come back with a formal type of a deal later. But the guy's the same age as I was. And I've known him for, 15 years. And he was a member of Lifestyles, and one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my entire life. Smart as, sharp as tack. I mean, this guy was an incredible guy. It's one of those guys that every person who's ever met him would be proud to call him his friend, right? But he died. Now, I was told that he recently had been on an exercise and diet program and lost like 30 pounds, was walking every day, exercising, and died. I think he died of a heart attack. That's not been confirmed, but that's what I heard. And the reality is that that's just how quick it all could be over. And that starts you thinking about things, right? One of the things is your mortality, but even so, it takes me way back to when I was a kid when I thought to myself, no male in my family lived past 65 years of age. Now, since then, I have had an uncle. I have a uncle that is 82. So he broke the mold. Of course, he's the only one in our family who didn't smoke, and I don't smoke, so I'd love to think I could make it to 82. But the reality is I've planned my entire life to live to 65 because every other male in my family died by 65. And so I can say I'm sitting here with no remorse. If I drop down dead to my knees today, right after this show, or even during it, I've lived every moment of my life to the level that I wanted to live it. Now, there's a key term, wanted to live it. Because I've got a lot of money. I could have a lot more toys, do a lot more travel, wear a lot better clothes and expensive watches and cars and planes. I could all that stuff. I got enough money to do all that. In fact, I keep very close track of who all the national guru guys are, how much money they have, how much movie stars have, athletes have, and I'm right up there and amongst those people. So why do I feel like I've done everything I have? You know, there's an old saying, when I die, I want my last check to bounce. And I don't even feel that way. I feel like I got the money. It gives me security. It allows me to sleep at night. I don't have to worry about making money. I don't have to worry about recessions. I don't have to worry about things, you know, one of my 11 businesses having a bad month or a bad 6 months or whatever. It gives me security. That's what I like most in life is security. Know I'm okay. So that I can get up and enjoy my life, whatever that is. Right? But more than anything else is that I've accomplished every goal that I've ever wanted to accomplish. And I got them done before age 65. I'm 63. I still got 2 years left, man. I got all kinds of time to maybe even break out the bucket list and go beyond. Maybe throw some extra things in the bucket because I've pretty much emptied the bucket list. So what does this all come down to? What it all comes down to is that I was watching a video this morning. I just happened to pull up. I've been spending a lot of time paying attention to guns and ammo, and it's like a new hobby for me, man. And I was watching this guy, and he was talking about what it takes to be an expert. And the guy was saying that, everybody and their brother's an expert. Just ask them. And I feel the same way about real estate gurus. I mean, first of all, about 70% of all the real estate gurus out there right now are members of Lifestyles Unlimited or have been. And they're derivatives of our product. Okay, fine. What is the greatest compliment? Somebody copying your stuff. All right, so good, fine. No big deal. But what is the reality of whether or not they're really smart, really gurus? They really know what they're talking about. And in almost every case, the reason they're out there and not within what we do is because they didn't want to make their living doing real estate. They wanted to make their living teaching real estate instead of doing real estate, or they wanted to make money in real estate by basically ripping people off. In other words, they wouldn't follow the rules to keep the people invested in the deals safe. So where am I going with this? Well, the guy got on my back nerve, because he was talking about, and they dress a certain way, and in our group, that's the guy who's got the Ferrari. Every guy has got a Ferrari. Every guy who wants to act like he's a real estate guru buys himself a Ferrari. First thing they do. If you see a guy claiming to be a real estate investor and he's got a Ferrari, you think what you want to think. There's no need to tell you anything more than you know what that is. That's overcompensation of some type, right? And I saw another one the other night. It was really interesting. It was some stupid show, and I call it stupid. I shouldn't be so mean, but it was about these real estate agents in California. And it's this really high-end real estate brokerage firm with all these women that looked like they're just Playboy bunnies, and then two gay guys, right? I think one of them's gay, and the other one, but they're twins, and one of them gay. So you probably know the show. I don't. My wife watched it. I just happened in on it. But they said something that was really, really interesting. They're showing the house, and they were walking through the house, and here's like these 7 real estate agents previewing this house they were going to sell. And it was like an $80 million house. And they had just shown the most expensive houses a broker had ever listed was $42 million. And it was phenomenal. But as they walked through this $80 million house, one guy said something I thought was really interesting. He said, millionaires can afford to buy a view. Billionaires can afford to buy a compound. And I thought that was really interesting, because when I went to buy my house, I bought a compound. I didn't go buy a lake house or a beachfront house where you got a good view of the water, but you couldn't afford any kind of a house because you were in the most expensive area around. I bought a compound. Privacy. Everything in one place. Everything you need or could want. Never want to leave home. In fact, I'm told all the time, Del, why would you ever leave home? And the answer is, I don't really want to. So where are we going with this, Del? Come on. What I'm trying to get to is that wanting to be a self-help guru, you have to learn to balance your own desires. What desire is that? Well, very early on in wanting to help people, I found that people just wouldn't listen. And I make people write in the back of their book whenever I give a seminar. Open up the back of the book, write this in the back of the book. It says, I will not do what Del said to do. And then I said, whenever you fail, we'll go to the back of the book and we'll start there with that statement, I told you I wouldn't do what you told me to do. And then we'd go back and find in the book what you didn't do. Inevitably, it's always the same thing. They don't do what I tell them to do. If they would have done what I told them to do, they would have been successful. But for some odd reason, people have it in their mind they have to reinvent the wheel. Now, I would suggest that some people just do it because they're arrogant, but I'm going to suggest to you there's another group of people out there that are basically failures by personality trait. Failures by personality trait. In other words, their personality leads them to do the same thing wrong over and over and over again, and they really just can't get out of it. It's very difficult. So today I'm going to take 2 different case studies, one of somebody who was that way, still is that way, probably will always be that way, and then somebody else who recognized that they had made a mistake in life and made a major change. And then I'm going to compare the two, so you can see what the difference is between somebody who has really inadvertently doomed themselves to mediocrity. Not failure, not terrible person, just mediocrity because of the way they approach life. And I'm going to break it down. I'm going to break it down into minute detail as to why that is. And then we'll go the other way. We'll look at somebody finally figured it out and goes, wow, if I keep on doing what I'm doing, I'm going to keep on getting what I'm getting. I really don't want to keep getting what I'm getting. We'll be right back with the Del Walmsley Radio Show.
I'm Jeff Davis with Just a Thought. From the world hindquarters of dubious information, it's Fake News Friday. A CNN reporter in Israel was accused of faking drama in a report. CNN says it ain't so. Elon Musk cautions that there's a lot of fake news around the Gaza war. Musk's comments may have triggered a European Union probe into misinformation on X, formerly Twitter. Vivek Ramaswamy says Hannity is fake news after a heated interview. A fake document claimed to be from the White House about billions of dollars given to Israel fools some news agencies. Speaking of agencies, Russia's news agencies spread fake news about the wife of their president, Olena Zelenska's apartment being auctioned off, except there is no such property. The TV show The Ghost Town Terror under scrutiny as some viewers out it as fake and scripted. The producers say it's real. Sure, and so's wrestling. A fake BBC report showing Ukraine sending arms to Hamas caused a ruckus on the internet. And there was a fake tour guide who escorted the Secretary of the Navy around India's Taj Mahal. Just a thought. I'm Jeff Davis.
What does Del Walmsley, CEO and founder of Lifestyles Unlimited, think you need to succeed in this market?
It's time to buy, and so you better get prepared, you better get educated, you better get your money right. You need to get involved because you're going to need the financing. You're going to need the vendors that we have available to us. You're just going to need the interaction with people. You need to immerse yourself into real estate.
Start your real estate immersion with the free workshop live online at lifestylesunlimitedworkshop.com.
Your challenge is that you don't believe you can be rich. Is that you don't believe you can retire within 5 years. That's half of your challenge. And until you can come up with that belief system, until you can reconcile that in your mind, you won't be willing to take the steps necessary to get there. So you need to get in here and meet some people.
Join us for the next free workshop and meet the people at Lifestyles Unlimited that will share Del Walmsley's belief system and empower you to take the steps you need to be successful. Register at lifestylesunlimitedworkshop.com.
I was at a seminar one time and a guy was sitting up there and he was saying, what you really need is you need the young, aggressive entrepreneur people to go out there and take that money and invest it with them. I walked up to the front of the stage and I said, hey, I'm that guy you're talking about that should be mentoring these people on how to do this. The guy goes, sir, we don't allow solicitation. And I said, no, you don't understand. I'm here to tell you I'm exactly the guy you were telling them to look for. And I'm willing to help them for nothing. And the guy goes, if you don't stop soliciting, I'm going to have the security come and get you. And I said, I can see you're a scam. I'll just leave. Everything I said had gone through the intercom. So I walked out of the seminar room and 200 people followed me. And that's how Lifestyles was started.
Are you ready to get up and follow Del? Join us today at lifestylesunlimitedworkshop.com.
Right now, we're coming upon a great opportunity. It's that time in which you're going to find that the marketplace is changing and it is shifting to a buyer's market away from a seller's market. Number one, the brokers don't want you to know that. They're going to do everything they can do to keep you from believing the truth. Number two, the sellers don't want to believe it, although in the back of their minds they know it. Now, that doesn't mean everybody will crater for you, but some people are going to be in those situations where they have to negotiate for deals, and you've got to be there. Now, if you're not there, you won't get one.
Join us for the free online workshop, and we'll show you how to be in the right place at the right time in any market cycle. Register at lifestylesunlimitedworkshop.com. LifestylesUnlimitedWorkshop.com. That's LifestylesUnlimitedWorkshop.com.
Welcome back. Now here's some more unconventional wisdom to set you free from the man on a mission to retire America, one person at a time, Del Walmsley.
Welcome back to the Del Walmsley Radio Show. Today I'm going to be doing some surgery here, and I'm going to surgically remove a complete personality from an email that I received. And I want you to understand I'm not doing this to be mean to this individual. In fact, the individual asked for the advice over and over again. He asked for the advice, and he's a member, by the way, although as you'll find as we go through this, he's not listened to one thing that I said to do. He's not, I mean, if you take 2 days, 16 hours of seminar, he has completely disputed every possible thing that we've told him to do and not do in this one email. I mean, it's amazing. He could actually do so many different things wrong. And what's amazing is he went to the seminar. So I'm going to break this down. I'm going to show you a couple things that if you want to be successful and you got a personality like this, you need to get a personality adjustment, really more than anything else. It starts out, it says, hey, Del, and by the way, I'm not going to give the guy's name out, okay? It's not worth it. Hey, Del, so I'm sorry I haven't been able to listen to your show recently. Therefore, I might not even be sharing something with you that is useful. Well, I'll try anyway. You might just be such a kind guy that you'll respond here instead, if not on the radio. Ha 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 ha. No, but really, I appreciate you and the work that you do a lot. It's inspiring, by the way. All right, so let's stop right there and let's talk about this whole first paragraph. I'm going to tell you something that I found out in life very, very early. There are people that do things, and there are people that talk about doing things. The talkers, I call them the da-da-da-da-da people. And where did I get that? A boss of mine, 40, 50 years ago, came to me and he said, Del, if you're going to be a salesman, you got to have a positive attitude. Now, I'm a type B personality, which has no positive attitude. Type B is analytical, to the point. And some of you like that about me, and some of you hate that about me. Okay, I get that, but that's just who I am. But this guy was trying to teach me to sell, and he's going, Del, you can't sell that way. You got to sell like you're excited about the product and then eventually the person or whatever. And he said, what you got to do is you got to get up every day and think about a great man by the name of Johnny Carson, who for 40 years, during 10 divorces of 10 different women, his life, in other words, his life was a mess, got up every single night, walked out from behind a curtain, and the music went off. And the music was da-dun-dun-dun-dun, da-dun-dun-dun-dun. It's Johnny. And he broke out the smile and started his act for 40 years, every single night. He'd say, when you pick up the phone, before you pick up the phone, go da-dun-dun-dun-dun. Then pick up the phone and go, hello, how can I help you today? Now, ultimately, he's right. If you're going to be a salesman, these are the kinds of things you probably better be good at. You probably better learn if you're not good at them. I had to learn to be positive. I had to learn to be friendly. I had to learn a lot of important things. I took a class called How to Win Friends and Influence People. Crazy as that sounds, it helped. But still, deep down inside, most of us hate the da-dun-da-dun-da people. Right? They're just, you can sense them. They get under your skin. They bug the living snot out of you from the very moment you start dealing with them. And so as I got this email, I'm one paragraph in, and he's already annoyed me and lost my attention. Because he has no attention. No attention to detail, to anything that he was taught in the 2-day class. And to be so presumptuous that he could just contact me out of the blue and get a 1 or 2 hour seminar from me. And that's basically what he's asking here as you go through this. He wants me to evaluate his entire protocol, which is exactly what I told him not to do in the seminar. It's exactly opposite of what we teach. In fact, we hound people for doing this stuff. And yet he wants my opinion on how he's doing with his progress. So I read on. I'm a challenge member with Lifestyles. Okay, that's an upgraded membership that cost him money. That means he had enough money to buy that membership. And if he doesn't have any money, he should not have bought that membership, because this membership is what you buy when you want a multimillionaire consultant right there, hand in hand with you, working with you every inch of the way to help you buy stuff as fast as you can possibly buy it without making mistakes. That's what that program's for. It's beyond educational. It's beyond motivational. It is a mentor. You don't buy a mentor to not do what they say, right? As of April of this last year, I decided I'm going to increase my efforts to make money in real estate. As of April this year, what is it now? April, May, June, July, August. 4 or 5 months later, he's decided, okay? For about a year before that, I would occasionally look at MLS. So he bought this membership. He took the class, and then for a year, he would occasionally look at MLS for comps and talk to realtors for comps. My only option that I was aware of at the time without money saved, was to wholesale the property and assign the contract to somebody else. A real estate investing technique, and by the way, it's not investing, it is a job. Wholesaling and flipping contracts is a job. It's like being a salesman without a guaranteed commission. You go out, you try to find something that somebody will sell for cheap, you try to tie it up in a contract, and then you try to sell the contract to somebody else to do the deal. Where's the capital gains? None. Where's the cash flow? None. What it is, you're trading time for money, right? Time for money, time for money, time for money. Never did it, never taught anybody to do it, have no idea how to do it other than to know that almost everybody I know that does it fails. Almost everybody. And the ones that don't, that's because they get into some type of a situation where they're a mentor and they're teaching people to do it and making more money from teaching than from doing it. They go on and say, now I'm sorry if this story already sounds repulsive. So the guy even understands that what he is saying to me is driving me bat crazy, right? He knows it. He knows it's all wrong. Yet, think of the personality that goes, I'm going to go stick my finger in your eye. Hi, Mr. Whoever you are. I just wanted to come and ask you my opinion of X, which is exactly opposite of yours, and then I want you to tell me I'm a good guy and I'm doing the right thing. He goes on and says, I'm improved, or so I think. I partnered with a friend, and we pull list of vacant properties and pre-foreclosures. We have put together 2 deals for the central Indiana. From here, we can assign the contract and use his dad's private money along with a little of our own to maybe BRRRR a property. What I think you might dislike, flipping a property to create some capital. Wow. We'll be right back with the Del Walmsley Radio Show.
Del says the things you just can't say to your friends, boss, kids, financial planner, or your spouse. Need him to deliver the message? Don't worry. We podcast every broadcast. Go to DellOnTheRadio.com and turn up your speakers for everyone to hear. Del delivers his unconventional wisdom 24 hours a day at DellOnTheRadio.com. Need more unconventional wisdom that will set you free? Go to DellOnTheRadio.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
You can't be financially free if you're psychologically imprisoned by disabling belief systems.
Are you ready to break free from your disabling belief systems about money, real estate, retirement, and financial freedom? Then join us for Lifestyles Unlimited's live online free workshop. Learn the belief system that thousands of people like you have used to break free from corporate America and create the lives they have always wanted. Register at lifestylesunlimitedfreeworkshop.com.
What is Del Walmsley, CEO and founder of Lifestyles Unlimited, up to in today's market?
I'm out there right now looking and buying everything I can get my hands on for a better deal than what I could get it for a week before. And I'll just keep buying. I did that back in 2008. I bought a property that was worth $35,000 a door. I bought it for $26,000 a door. Next month or so, I bought the same age property, and I bought it for like $19,000 a door. But by buying at 26 when they were getting killed from 35 down to 26, buying at 26, let the broker know I was a buyer in a downward spiraling market. And so from that point on, I bought 3 or 4 more. I can't remember exactly. I think it was 4 more I bought from there. And the brokers were just bringing them to me. Go, look, you seem to be the only guy buying right now.
Are you ready to take advantage of the wave of opportunity coming to those who know what they're doing? Join us for the free online workshop at lifestylesunlimitedworkshop.com.
Welcome back. Now here's some more unconventional wisdom to set you free from the man on a mission to retire America, one person at a time, Del Walmsley.
Welcome back to the Del Walmsley Radio Show. Today we're going through an email that is just, it's really painful. I'm not trying to put the guy down. The guy actually puts himself down multiple times in the email. He knows he's doing everything wrong. He knows that he's taken the course and is talking about stuff we tell you not to do, and he's bragging about doing it, and he's failing. And he wants to know how proud I am of him doing the things I told him not to do. It's just ridiculous. And I'm telling you, this is a personality problem, and it's one I've seen many times in the 30 years I've been consulting. So we left off with this sentence that from here, we can assign the contract, use my dad's private money. Okay, so now he's using his father's money, right? He's partnering with a friend, and I'm sure the friend's the guy telling him how to do all this stuff because we didn't teach him how to do all this stuff. And we'll flip this property to create some capital. So his friend, who doesn't have any money either, has convinced him to go into this with him so he can use his dad's capital, that they can go out there and find these deals and flip these deals. Now, is what I'm doing great? Can you believe he asked that? Is what I'm doing great? No, it's dumb as a rock. Okay, moving on. What could I do better? Quit. Stop what you're doing right now and do what I taught you to do. That's what you could do better. What else? I use PopStream, Spokio, Phone Wagon to make phone calls to these owners. In other words, he's put in all this time and trouble to learn how to use all these internet guru, something for nothing, midnight madness software programs. He's bought a program to the best training program, real estate training program in the country. And yet he still is wasting his time, trading time for money, time for money. I try my best to present myself well and persuade the owners to sell to me. You're not presenting yourself well in this email. I would never sell with you. In fact, I'd never do business with you because I'd be afraid that you'd be wanting to rip me off, which, by the way, I'll prove to you later in email. And I'm focused on it being a numbers game. That's what all people that can't do anything say. If you throw enough mud on the wall, something's got to stick. That's the belief that all losers believe. Do not believe that if you throw enough mud, because you don't have enough mud. You'll run out of mud before you end up sticking something to the wall. Why not just go find the right thing that works? So I try not to get too caught up in a perfect script. So there he is, he's admitting it. He's not even really trying to do it right. He's just doing it. Don't people decide pretty much themselves before I call whether they want to sell or not? If he believes that, then why is he even doing it? Next, gosh,
I might sound like a real novice here. Hey, I'm just trying. I hope I'm not blind. You're blind as a bat. And you know it, and that's why you're writing this email. And you're hoping for a glimmer of some positivity from me to assist you in demoralizing yourself for the rest of your life, destroying your life. You want me to condone what you're doing. I will not do it. I care too much about you to condone the insanity of what you're doing, that your friend is teaching you to do. Could you provide a little feedback for us? I'm going to give you all you want, buddy. We sometimes send letters to these homeowners, investors of vacant, pre-foreclosed properties. Should I focus just on follow-up as many times? I guess I'm not talking about dispositions. So when it comes to finding a buyer for a property that is being wholesaled, are we illegally able to market these properties once we have it under contract? So do you understand what he's asking? He's saying we haven't even thought about what we'd do with one if we found one, and I think he said he found two. Can we even sell them? Do we even know? Is that not the blind leading the blind? The cart dragging the horse? Folks, get with me here. Feel my pain. If this was your kid, what would you do? What would you say to them? Or worse, what if this is you? How do you turn your life around from this kind of insanity? Goes on and says, maybe this type of investing is not something you care to talk about. Oh, I'll talk about it. I try not to because I don't like to be negative. But man, if you want it, I'm going to let you have it. That's fine. The way I look at it is that we have to find single-family investment properties at some point, so why not try to create something out of nothing? There it is. Let's create something out of nothing. Try to create something out of nothing. How insane can a person be? Instantaneous gratification disease, midnight madness theories, something out of nothing. Does this make sense? Are you willing to point out what I'm doing good? Are you willing to point out what I'm doing good? You're not doing anything good. You're doing everything bad. My partner is currently the one to handle the paperwork. So as I said, he's found some guy that thinks he's a real estate guru. He's got this guy out looking for deals for him. And if he finds something, he's going to handle the paperwork, then get him to talk his dad into paying for it. This is a scammer met a scammer, and they're going to destroy each other. He goes, other than that, I'll be following you. There is not one thing you're following me. You're not even close to following me. In fact, if there was a direction I was going, which is right, you'd be turned around exactly backwards going left. Maybe I'll even get some mentors with lifestyles. My mentors wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole, dude. Not in doing this stuff. You're not doing what we teach. They're not going to mentor you to do the wrong thing. They're going to mentor you to stop this insanity. It goes on and says, God help me. I'm the one who bought the property at the tax sale for $3,000 with my father. So he had written me earlier before and said that he bought a tax sale property for $3,000. And I said, how can you buy a property for $3,000? It's a 150-year-old frame house somewhere on the East Coast where it's worth about $10,000, and he bought it for $3,000. My father and I might just turn this into a rental ourselves. So there he is. He's going, I know you're talking about rentals. Maybe we'll just turn this into a rental. Then he goes, no, we haven't even walked through it yet. He bought it months ago at a tax sale, which means they've never even been in it. Come on, guys. How many of you will admit that this guy's insane? That he's probably about a straitjacket away from being in a funny farm somewhere? He goes on and says, but my dad put up most of the money. Whew. Boy, I'm glad for that. Most of the money. But there it is. He's so happy his dad's losing his money and not his own. Would you want to do business with somebody like that? Please take it a little easy on me. No, sir. You asked for all this.
And then again, I understand the utility of your criticism because this is important stuff. I mean, this is life-changing stuff. It could destroy my life or it could make my life incredible. Thank you. You're right. It could destroy your life. Because of the time I've known you, which is, I don't know when the first email came, but it's been months and months and months now that we've transacted back and forth by email, you've gotten worse. You've fallen farther and farther and farther away from sanity. I wish you would just go see somebody. I beg you. Go see a psychiatrist, a psychologist. Go see somebody. Go see your clergyman. Go to your priest. You need to talk to somebody and take this email with you, or the recording of me dissecting the email, and let them see where you're at and see if they can help you get back on track in life, because I'm sorry for you. Now, it goes on and sends me another email right after this one. He said, I'm currently working 2 days a week as an Amazon delivery driver, and I'm thinking maybe very naively that I can use $25,000 cash to buy my first BRRR and roll that into 5 or 10 or 15 rental properties. Is that possible? What is the challenge with this? All right, I don't know what BRRR meant, but it must be buy, renovate, rehab, resale. I've never heard the term BRRR, so it's obvious from another guru's course somewhere, and or some book or something. The answer is no way. It says I'm going to take $25,000. I'm asking myself, if you've got $25,000 and you had the money it cost to join my course, and you had the money to buy all those software programs, why don't you own your first rent house? Why didn't you rehab the $3,000 house and turn it into a rent house? Why have you done nothing positive? When we come back, we'll talk about how to make some changes. We'll be right back with the Del Walmsley Radio Show.
Want to continue the conversation inside the community? Follow Lifestyles Unlimited on Facebook. Stay up to date on upcoming events, market trends, member stories, featured podcasts, real estate wisdom, and more. You can even join us a couple times a month as we go live with our case study events right on Facebook from the comfort of your home. Get online and get in the know. Turn listening on the radio into participating in the community. Like and follow Lifestyles Unlimited on Facebook today.
The other thing, I think people hear landlord or property owner and they think of Donald Trump and other multi-billionaires that own real estate, and that's not who the vast majority of owners across the nation are. The typical owner of a rental property owns just a couple properties, and they're people just like me and you.
You can own single-family houses and apartments too. We'll show you how. Register at lifestylesunlimitedworkshop.com. Join our national network of rental owners.
Lifestyles Unlimited members share their stories and strategies for success at case study events.
If you got laid off tomorrow, what would you do? Would you have to be working at McDonald's or wait to try and find another job with the downsizing the economy? Kept on coming to meetings, even with David Fisher online and stuff like that, but still we just like, we need to make the jump.
So we kept praying for time to get this job done, to be able to find the properties. How do we find the properties? How do you find the time? And God answered our prayers, and he got downsized from his corporate job.
But they didn't buy just one house, right?
No, they did not. You're rehabbing house number
9 right now.
9.
Wow.
So every month, the cash flow is $3,200. Okay, the equity of all the houses is up to $280,000.
Join us this month and learn from people just like you. Check in person and online dates at lucasestudy.com. That's lucasestudy.com.
Do you have questions you'd like to ask Del? Do so by emailing your question to askdel@luinc.com. That's ask, D-E-L, @luinc.com. Del answers his email and often shares his answers on air so others grow and learn as well.
Del, I joined Lifestyles 18 months ago, and I have never understood how much to put into each deal and have invested in $700,000 in 12 different deals ranging from $50,000, $75,000, and $100,000 per deal. I'm about to come into $1.2 million, and I'm considering investing $100,000 in the next 12 deals, staying away from the smaller amounts. I wrote back to this gentleman. I have never gone over $100,000 in any passive deal I've ever gone into. I put as much as $9 million down on a deal that I did, but I own it. If I want out, I just simply sell them.
And visit our website at lifestylesunlimited.com. Keep listening. Your host, multimillionaire and national award-winning investor, Del Walmsley, continues in seconds on the Lifestyles Unlimited Radio Network.
Lifestyles Unlimited says the things you can't say to your friends, boss, kids, financial planner, or your spouse. Need us to deliver the message? Don't worry. We podcast every broadcast at lifestylesunlimited.com/radio. Go to lifestylesunlimited.com/radio and turn up your speakers for everyone to hear. We deliver unconventional wisdom 24 hours a day. lifestylesunlimited.com/radio. or wherever you get your podcasts.
For 30 years, I've taken the smartest people I could find and then held them up as examples for you guys to learn from. We're all only as strong as our best people. But the best part about this is that these best people are willing to give back.
Ready to learn from the best? It starts with our free online workshop. Stop depending on your paycheck. Quit worrying about retirement. Register now at lifestylesunlimitedworkshop.com.
Welcome back. Now here's some more unconventional wisdom to set you free from the man on a mission to retire America, one person at a time, Del Walmsley.
Welcome back to the Del Walmsley Radio Show. This whole radio show we've been going through an email this one gentleman sent me, which really proves that the gentleman has what I call psychological problems, not financial problems. So in the concept of being positive and the concept of saying what should you do, let's take a look at what this guy should do. You know, if he really wants to know, I'm telling him exactly what he should do. Number one, stop all the nonsense you're doing. Get away from your friend who is trying to get you to wholesale. He's trying to get you to waste all your time finding deals for him that he's going to make money off of. And he'll probably end up ripping you off since you said he's the one that knows how to do the paperwork and you don't. And then he's also going to take and get you to put your dad's money into the deal, and then your deal's going to flip upside down. You're not going to be able to get rid of it. And you're going to be stuck with worthless real estate just like you are with the $3,000 house that you can't rent nor sell because it's a complete piece of garbage that you've never bothered to even go see that you bought at a tax sale sight unseen. Stop the insanity. That's step number one. Step number two, you say you're working 2 days a week as a delivery driver. What you're trying to do by flipping is trying to create income, and you're trying to create income out of something that's hit and miss, hit and miss, hit and miss. You may, never find a deal or two. If you do, you can't find somebody to sell them to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're just doing wrong. What you should be doing is working at something you're guaranteed to get paid at. And being in this day and age an Amazon delivery driver, you could probably get 7 days a week if you wanted it instead of 2, because Amazon is just rocking right now. Can you buy something for $25,000 and renovate it? Yes, you could, but you don't need to flip it, because even if you flipped it, if you bought it, rehabbed it, and had $25,000 in it, all you'd have in it is equity is $25,000. If you had the $25,000 in the first place, you'd have $25,000. So you're not making any money on doing that because you can't get the money back out of the house unless you sell it. If you do, now you have to pay taxes on that money, so part of that money goes away. Now you've got to split that money between you, your friend, and your dad. Do you think 1/3 of $25,000 is going to buy you houses in an environment where the average home in this country costs $350,000? If you bought one at an absolute steal price, which would be $100,000, you'd have to put 20% down, would be $2,000 or $20,000, that you can with $20,000 go out there and buy enough houses to buy 15 houses? The answer is not during this market conditions. There have been market conditions in the past where we can manipulate purchases and buy with wholesale and get nothing down deals. We can do it quite often, put it that way. Not in this marketplace. So what you're trying to do, what you're trying to attempt is wrong. What you need is to change your entire psychology of the instantaneous something for nothing strategy and change and get over into the real world, right? All right, now I've got another email here from a lady that's a member, and she goes on and says, I'd love to upgrade your membership. Short answer, I'd love to, but I just don't have enough money. Long answer is I was divorced in 2017, which granted sole legal decision-making over my son. I accepted my community college research position in 2019, upgraded, and have been working my tail off to position myself in a better financial position after post-divorce. Single mom working full-time. I'm hesitant to invest the little nest egg that I have at the moment, but I'm getting there. After listening to Lee, I went to have the money and upgrade my membership and have the money to make my first single-family property. My consultation with her was, don't upgrade your membership. If you are sitting on a small nest egg, I don't want you to risk your nest egg by buying more education. Let's keep the nest egg safe because you're a single mom working hard, saving your money, right? And when you've got enough money, let's get you to buy one rent house. Let's not get you to go out there and upgrade and buy more education. Now, she believes in education because she's a teacher, and so she believes highly that the price and the cost of education is well worth it no matter what it is. I have no problem with that. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I totally believe that I'd rather know what I'm doing before I do something. You're going to pay one way or another, right? But that's just not where she's at. And she's at least wise enough to see that. So she's saying, I'm not going to go spend that money. She doesn't have this other guy bought the course, even though he didn't have the money to be able to utilize the course. If he would have asked me, I would have told him not to buy the course, right? If you don't have the money to utilize it, why buy the course? She bought the course, or she decided not to. I applauded her for that decision and told her that, hey, there's lots of, with the membership she has right now, there's massive amounts of additional information available. All she has to do is keep studying, saving, and someday she'll get there. And the other thing she said in here, which I didn't get to, I asked why she joined now, as opposed to she heard about it 10 years ago. She said she heard about it for 10 years, and for 10 years she's not been able to get her husband to do anything. So the point I wanted to make here was, here's a person that has been held down by her husband forever. She continued to continue to do the same thing, got the same results, and finally she just got enough nerve to get a divorce, to start over and go, hey, everything I've done up till now has been ineffective other than have a child, in which, I'm not putting that down, but, other than that, financially has been ineffective. She's got an education. She can get a job. She's going back to zero. And she's building with the right ideas. She was able and allowed to go get the information now that her ex-husband is gone. She has the ability to allow her space on this earth to expand and for her to become a better person, at least financially. That's what you want to see. When you see someone come into a course like this, you want to see their growth. And I'll see her back in a year. She'll have lots of educational opportunities, lots of case studies and road trips to go to and things to watch. And she'll get highly educated and hopefully more motivated as she saves her money. That education and motivation should help her save her money. And she'll work her way into a position to be able to buy her first rent house, in which case she'll have her first passive income and her first real asset to start building wealth. That's the position we want to see her in. And she's taken the correct first steps to do that. That's what's important out there, guys. The other approach you can take is just to continue to believe that your insane way of doing things, which has not worked up till now, might all of a sudden change. But remember, why do we need to talk about getting ourselves a vest and going to the cuckoo farm? Because if you continue to do what you're doing and expect to get a different result, that is the purest form and definition of insanity. I hope what we did today was helpful to somebody out there in this world. Have a great day.
Thank you for listening to the Del Walmsley Radio Show, teaching you the opposite of everything you've been taught, so you can obtain the results you've never obtained. Join us 7 days a week. Can't get enough? Visit DelOnTheRadio.com to listen to the Del Walmsley Radio Show, access past show podcasts, and join the conversation.
The information and opinions you hear on the Del Walmsley Radio Show are those of the host, Del Walmsley, his guests, and his callers, and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of this station, its affiliates, its management, or advertisers. The Del Walmsley Show is for entertainment purposes only. Please consult a professional regarding your personal investment needs. Nothing presented on the Del Walmsley Show constitutes an endorsement, recommendation, offer, or solicitation to buy or sell any product or security.
NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan isn't giving up on becoming the next Speaker of the House. Jordan told reporters this morning on Capitol Hill he'll stay in the race despite resistance from his colleagues and losing 2 rounds of votes earlier in the week.
We need to get to work for the American people. We need to do what we said we were going to do. We need to do what we told them we were going to do when they elected us and put us in office. And frankly, we can't do that if the House isn't open. And if we can't open the House until we get a speaker.
Third vote is scheduled on the House floor this morning, but Jordan doesn't appear to have the necessary support from members of his own party at this time. As far as the other party, House Majority Leader Hakeem Jeffries this morning.
He is the poster child for MAGA extremism. We are saying to our traditional Republican colleagues, good men and women on the other side of the aisle, in the attachment to the extremist Jim Jordan and join with Democrats in finding a bipartisan path forward.
The House has entered its 17th day without an elected leader. The chamber is unable to pass any legislation until a speaker is elected. President Biden is appealing to American citizens for support in the wars in Israel and Ukraine. More from Mark Mayfield.
During a rare primetime address to the nation on Thursday, Biden argued support for the two nations is key to national security as he prepares to ask for congressional aid. He said that American leadership is what holds the world together, adding that both Hamas and Putin represent different threats but want to annihilate a neighboring democracy. Biden added there is no higher priority than getting the hostages held by Hamas back home. The president plans to send Congress a supplemental funding request on Friday that reportedly totals $100 billion in combined aid for Israel and Ukraine.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
From the KCAA Weather Center, I'm Daniel Clark. This afternoon, it's sunny and breezy, then clear. High 94, low 60. Saturday is sunny and breezy, then mostly clear. High 87, low 55. For Sunday, it's sunny, then 30% chance of showers. High 78, low 54. I'm Daniel Clark, broadcasting live from the Tri-City Center at the 10 and 210 freeways. We are the trifecta of talk in Southern California. KCAA 102.3 FM, Riverside 106.5 FM, Redlands in the Legacy 1050 AM, Loma Linda, San Bernardino.
At a recent congressional hearing on America's so-called labor shortage, mega banker Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan Chase offered this insight. People actually have a lot of money, and they don't particularly feel like going back to work. Jamie, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. And since COVID-19 hit, millions have lost their jobs, savings, and even homes. So they're not exactly lollygagging around the house counting their cash. Instead of listening to the uber-rich class ignorance of Dimon, who pocketed $35 million in pay last year, Congress ought to be listening to actual workers explain why they're not rushing back to the jobs being offered by restaurant chains and such. They would point out that there's no labor shortage, there's a wage shortage. More fundamentally, there's a fairness shortage. It was not lost on restaurant workers, for example, that while millions of them were jobless last year, their corporate CEOs were grabbing millions, buying yachts, and living large. Yet, more than half of laid-off restaurant workers couldn't even get unemployment benefits because their wages had been too low to qualify. Then there's the high risk of COVID exposure for restaurant employees, an appalling level of sexual harassment in their workplace, and demeaning treatment from abusive bosses and customers. No surprise, then, that more than half of employees said in a recent survey that they're not going back to those jobs. After all, even a dog knows the difference between being stumbled over and being kicked. To get the workers they need, corporate giants should try the free enterprise solution right at their fingertips. Raise pay, improve conditions, and show respect. Create a place where people want to work. This is Jim Hightower saying, for a straightforward view from workers themselves, go to the advocacy group onefairwage.site.
It's that time of year again. No, not the holidays. Medicare open enrollment. And if you have questions about Medicare, you should talk to the local experts. Paul Barrich and Associates. Paul and his agents are certified with plans that are accepted by most of the medical groups in our area. Call 909-793-0385. Their service is free, and after 42 years in the business, their agents are trained to help you pick the plan that's right for you.
Could you use a little extra money right now? If you'd like to borrow up to $100,000 and get pre-approved in minutes, call the number we'll give you at the end of this commercial. Our lending partners have already loaned millions of dollars to individuals just like you, and we're ready to lend you up to $100,000 if you qualify. Even if your credit is not perfect, you could use the money to pay off high-interest credit cards, for home renovations, or consolidate existing debt. You can get flexible, easy-to-pay terms. The consultation to find out if you qualify is free. To find out if you qualify for our special financing program, call this toll-free number 24 hours a day. 800-215-0703. 800-215-0703. 800-215-0703. That's 800-215-0703. Important terms and conditions apply. Not all applicants will qualify. Loan amount, annual percentage rate, and term will vary depending on creditworthiness. Applying does not guarantee approval. Account approval is subject to verification and confirmation of your credit history and acceptance by a lender. If you choose to apply for a loan through us, a consumer report will be obtained to evaluate your creditworthiness in connection with your application for credit.
Single-family houses and apartments are the key to passive income, a.k.a. retirement. No one knows this better than America's most successful investor, educator, self-made multimillionaire, and CEO of Lifestyles Unlimited, Del Walmsley. Meet Del's team live in Mountain View, 2 days only at the Hyatt Centric Mountain View, Saturday and Sunday, October 21st and 22nd. To attend, register now at GiveMeTotalFreedom.com. That's GiveMeTotalFreedom.com. Limited seating, unlimited potential. Register today at GiveMeTotalFreedom.com.
There's a new ism creeping into America's vocabulary and into our social order: bossism. Being a boss can merely mean you're in charge. But in this age of glaring inequality and autocratic corporate rule, bossing implies being overbearing, tyrannical, a jerk. Amazingly then, it's precisely those detestable qualities that are drawing a group of uber-rich Silicon Valley executives into an emerging cult of bossism. These high-tech elites are united in the belief that America's workers have become too powerful, too uppity, and too woke. So the geniuses at the top of the corporate totem pole are unifying to impose a new era of harsh labor policies that'll show them who's boss. It's the revolt of pampered plutocrats against the democratic activism of people who do the creative and physical work that make the bosses ridiculously rich. Bossism's top-down arrogance is incredibly narcissistic, managerially disastrous, and stupid. A measure of the tech exec's stupidity is that they've embraced the most thuggish boss in the land as their idol and movement symbol, Elon Musk. Yes, the petty and petulant crybaby billionaire who botched his takeover of Twitter, then ham-handedly devastated its workforce by impetuously firing half of them and driving away hundreds more with his spoiled brat anti-worker antics. He's made himself such a symbol of brutish bossism that he now gets booed in public. Yet, Silicon Valley's little Elon wannabes have chosen him as their poster boy, hoping he will lead America back to a robber baron ethic of iron-fisted honchos who fire at will, dictate rules, and tolerate no dissent from those down below. This is Jim Hightower saying, their problem, though, is you, those who refuse to bow down to the bossism of old. As the Defiant Blues song puts it, big boss man, you ain't so big, you're just tall, that's all. Howdy-ho, folks. Thanks for tuning in and sharing my weekly commentaries. Also, please join me for a live web show I host every other Tuesday, the Hightower Lowdown Happy Hour at the Chat and Chew Cafe. You can join the action live online as I chat with grassroots leaders and progressive sparklies from around the country. Go to hightowerlowdown.org/chatandchew to find out about upcoming guests and watch past episodes. That's hightowerlowdown.org/chatandchew.
Tehebo Tea Club.
KCAA Loma Linda. The Legacy KCAA 1050 AM and Express 106.5 FM.
NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan isn't giving up on becoming the next Speaker of the House. Jordan told reporters this morning on Capitol Hill he'll stay in the race despite resistance from his colleagues and losing 2 rounds of votes earlier in the week.
We need to get to work for the American people. We need to do what we said we were going to do. We need to do what we told them we were going to do when they elected us and put us in office. And frankly, we can't do that if the House isn't open. And if we can't open the House until we get a speaker.
Third vote is scheduled on the House floor this morning, but Jordan doesn't appear to have the necessary support from members of his own party at this time. As far as the other party, House Majority Leader Hakeem Jeffries this morning.
He is the poster child for MAGA extremism. We are saying to our traditional Republican colleagues, good men and women on the other side of the aisle, in the attachment to the extremist Jim Jordan and join with Democrats in finding a bipartisan path forward.
The House has entered its 17th day without an elected leader. The chamber is unable to pass any legislation until a speaker is elected. President Biden is appealing to American citizens for support in the wars in Israel and Ukraine. More from Mark Mayfield.
During a rare primetime address to the nation on Thursday, Biden argued support for the two nations is key to national security as he prepares to ask for congressional aid. He said that American leadership is what holds the world together, adding that both Hamas and Putin represent different threats but want to annihilate a neighboring democracy. Biden added there is no higher priority than getting the hostages held by Hamas back home. The president plans to send Congress a supplemental funding request on Friday that reportedly totals $100 billion in combined aid for Israel and Ukraine.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
Are you underpaid and overworked? Is a living wage and employee benefits like affordable health care more of a dream than a reality for you and your family? If so, it's time to form a union. Don't be denied the wages and benefits you deserve. Come together in a union with the power of numbers. A union is not a privilege, it's your right, and it will make a difference. Contact Teamsters Local 1932, a powerful and successful labor union in San Bernardino, by visiting Teamsters1932.org/organize to start today. Labor unions built the middle class, and the middle class built America. That's the message from Teamsters Local 1932, a strong and successful labor union based in San Bernardino that represents over 14,000 hardworking people across the Inland Empire. The Teamsters are ready to help you organize for better pay, increased benefits, and improved working conditions. Reach out to Teamsters 1932 at Teamsters1932.org/organize to speak with an organizer today.
Located in the heart of San Bernardino, California, the Teamsters Local 1932 Training Center is designed to train workers for high-demand, good-paying jobs in various industries throughout the Inland Empire. If you want a pathway to a high-paying job and the respect that comes with a union contract, visit 1932trainingcenter.org to enroll today. That's 1932trainingcenter.org.
Now, here is the voice of the working class, Rick Smith.
And welcome, brothers, sisters, working class heroes. This is the Rick Smith Show. Thanks so much for being here today on the big program. Lots to get to, lots to talk about. The president gave an Oval Office speech on Israel and Ukraine and American leadership. And I got to tell you, I'm going to steal Van Jones's, this is the day Joe Biden became presidential. No, this was an incredible speech. It really was. It's so much so that Britt Hume over at Fox News said this is the best speech of his presidency. This is what he's going to be probably remembered for. And the faithful are losing their minds. Interesting watching the Twitter, the X, Twitter, whatever. It's interesting watching the blue checks lose their minds over the fact that Britt Hume said, look, this was an important speech. This is where the president laid out America's position, and with force and clarity. This is good stuff. This is what American leadership should look like. And my mind kept going, what would this have looked like if Donald Trump were giving this speech? What would he have wandered off into? What would he have? Which side would he have taken? And this is the other part of this. Which side would he be on? Because remember, and this is really, frightening stuff, said that the other side, they were smart. Putin was his buddy. So when President Biden says American leadership is what holds the world together, our alliances are what keep us safe, our values are what make us a partner that other nations want to work with. We put all that at risk when we walk away from Ukraine and turn our back on Israel. I completely agree. And this is that moment where you go, again, thank goodness Joe Biden is in the White House at this moment for his sanity, his calm, and the fact that this guy knows foreign policy. So to hear the speech, he talked about America being the arsenal of democracy, and I agree. It's about time we start giving Ukraine everything they need to protect themselves and to take on Russia. The same thing with Israel. If you're going to be supportive, you got to be supportive. But he also said, we must, without equivocation, denounce anti-Semitism. We must also, without equivocation, denounce Islamophobia. And look, you've been seeing that ramping up here. You had Trump talking about how, we're going to go back and, we're going to go get those Islamos or whatever word he used. This is important language. This is important that he understands what's going on. This is a guy who's got his thumb on the pulse. Now, I go back to him talking about America being the arsenal of democracy. And as I've said, we should be giving these places the things they need to fight the wars that are theirs, that we don't have to send troops to. Now, I was just having this conversation today with a friend, and I said, look, nobody wants people dying. Nobody wants poor and working class people on either side of the divide to suffer. There is no solution that I can think of, when you look at what's going on in the Middle East. It's a mess. It's been a mess my entire life. There's no silver bullet here. But you've got to support your allies. And what's interesting is I'm watching the responses to his speech, and just right up until airtime, I'm looking at all of the different comments. I used to believe that Republicans, things stopped at the water's edge. Our division stopped at the water's edge. When it came to foreign policy, people would rally around. That, I got to tell you, frighteningly, not the case right now. Now, here's the thing. The president, in his speech, said, look, I'm sending a funding bill to Congress tomorrow. Got to get this done. Got to get what we need immediately. Sending it tomorrow. Now, look, here's the thing. Here's the problem. Patrick McHenry, the acting speaker, opened the House floor today and immediately recessed it. No work being done. I guess vacation again. I guess another no speaker vacation day. It's the day to go out and do the podcast circuit, I guess. And the thing that's frustrating in all of this is the world is in chaos. And I go back to the president and his leadership. Thank goodness someone with the sanity and clarity of Joe Biden in the Oval Office right now. Because I can't imagine where we would be with the other guy, what we would be conceding. Because again, I had someone tell me, Donald Trump would have made a deal by now. There would have been a deal made. The art of the deal. He's the art of the deal guy. And what would that deal have looked like? What is he giving away of somebody else's? But again, we're in a moment where Congress is dysfunctional. You've got the speaker. It's only getting weirder. Ken Buck, evidently, and this is the part that I'm finding interesting. Ken Buck, the Republican congressman from Colorado, told Axios that his landlord for one of his congressional offices, evidently terminating his lease, kicking him to the curb. So here's what's functionally happening in Congress. The first act of the temporary speaker was to throw Nancy Pelosi, who was at a funeral for Dianne Feinstein, throw her out of her office and throw Steny Hoyer out of his office. And now you've got a landlord because, well, the speaker debacle is going on. He's getting thrown out of his office, or out of his offices back in his district. I'm waiting for Ken Buck to come out with a tenants' Bill of Rights. Because, again, that's where we're going. Now, understand, Jim Jordan lost the first round and then lost the second round and actually lost an additional vote. And now they're saying, look, he's going backwards because, according to one lawmaker, he could lose as many as 40 Republicans if they vote again, which is why they recessed. And you got Patrick McHenry, who has threatened to quit. So it only gets worse. And what I find interesting is, again, they're pointing at the Democrats for not bailing the Republicans out. It's the Democrats' fault for not coming to the defense of the Republicans. No, get your you-know-what together. This isn't hard. This should not be this difficult. You have control. And as I've said a number of times, I believe this is the Republican Party saying we can't govern. We don't have any ideas. We don't know how to do this. We do the other things so much better. We cause chaos and anger, and we fear and smear better than anyone. But, actually doing the work, that's hard. That's actually, work. It's something that they kind of have an aversion to. But here's the thing, and this is where this gets deadly serious. The president is sending a bill for funding for Ukraine and for Israel tomorrow to Congress. How are they going to maneuver that legislation through? How are they going to get the resources that the globe needs right now? It's all fun and games watching the clown car of crazies, do circles and run over each other's feet. But this is deadly serious. And this is why, again, we should not, and I'm hoping come next November, I'm hoping that voters go to the polls and remember this chaos. Remember how ineffective they are. Remember how they cannot govern. And then we throw the bums to the curb, especially the crazy ones. But I want to hear your thoughts. Email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. I'm going to take a quick break. Right back after this with your thoughts. Stick around. You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
The phone lines are open. Give Rick a call at 1-866-416-RICK. That's 1-866-416-7425.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Welcome back to The Rick Smith Show. Now, here is Rick Smith.
So again, Congress taking a snow day. I don't know what else to call it at this point. Mental health day. Look, I know they were ordering pallets of pizza to try and make it through the night because they were going to pull an all-nighter. Basically, what I think should happen, they should lock them all in a room and nobody gets out until they figure this out. Or we stop paying them. There's an idea. Not that they need the money, to be honest. Let's quick go to the phones. We got Steve in Chicago on one. Steve, how are you?
Oh, fine, all things considered. Yeah, I mean, this idea that what's going on in the nation's capital within the Republican Party is somehow the fault of Democrats just boggles the mind. I mean, this is like saying, Himmler and Hitler are at each other's throats, and Churchill is to blame.
Yeah.
I mean, it is not the responsibility of Democrats to rescue the Republicans. Now, having said that, I think an interesting compromise. I doubt it could ever happen, but I would honestly, as Democrat, go to a group of, shall we say, reasonable Republicans and say, you know what, take your pick of committee chairmanships, and we will give them to you. You will be the head of X, Y, and Z committee. Now, the Speaker of the House will be Hakeem Jeffries, but the fact of the matter is, you guys will have your own. You guys will be running your own committees. All we ask of you is that you cast your vote for the Democrat. And I would like to think that would work, but I suspect that there aren't enough of them who'd be willing to do something that gutsy, because it would in fact imperil them moving forward. There was a time when a reasonable Democrat or Republican such as that could count on that sort of thing as an asset going forward in terms of re-election. But today we've become so balkanized in terms of our politics that you cannot agree to do anything with the other party, especially if you're a Republican working with a Democrat. This is not what the Founding Fathers, with all of their flaws, they were bright enough to recognize that government works, especially in the context of our government, our constitutional republic, as a function of compromise. You don't get everything you want. You get some things. You don't get other things, and that's how it's supposed to work, because you represent a diverse group of people, because that's what America has always been, diverse group of people with a diverse set of interests. I don't know where we go, like you said. I mean, the problem with all of this clown show in which the Republicans have set their hair on fire is that, if it were any other time, but I mean, think about what was on the news today. I mean, we have a possible expansion of what's going on in terms of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Now we have Yemen involved, and you've got today the United States was involved in a combat action in that region. You've still got the war in Ukraine. You've got, of course, Sidney Powell. I don't know if you've addressed that, but you may this evening. I mean, she pled guilty. Donald Trump is still on trial. We're still going into an election cycle. And, of course, we don't have a speaker in the House. And to top it all off, we're inching closer and closer to that, middle of November deadline when this country runs out of money, technically. So, this is not the time and place to sort of be making jokes about this stuff. I know I'm tempted to do it, but because of the Republicans, they got what they deserved. They created a Frankenstein monster, and now it wants to kill them. But again, I don't know what the answer is, except to say that that I'm hoping that they'll pay for this in the upcoming election cycle. That Americans will see that these are not people with a vision to govern. And just so people understand, there are the old-style Republicans. Some people call them the neocons, whatnot, the Reagan Republicans. These are people who talked a good game of propaganda with regard to, government is the problem. But make no mistake, they loved government on all sorts of fronts. They loved it in terms of funding military projects, especially in their districts. They loved it in terms of the government building infrastructure from which profits could be derived in the private sector. They loved the fact that a well-educated populace was made possible through our educational system. They loved a lot of things that they claimed that government was terrible at. But they understood that it had to exist. But again, they wanted to talk up a good game for their sort of hardcore constituents. People like Jim Jordan and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Bo Bird and a few others, these people actually want to shut down government. They don't see any problem because they know so little about how government functions as part of the tapestry of this society and the international community, I might add. And so for them, it's, we can shut down government. Things can work just fine without government in a modern, complex society such as the United States, something that, a freshman political science student wouldn't argue. But these are adults serving in the House of Representatives. And this is what they honestly believe. So, I don't have the answer other than to say, there has to be something on the far side of this next week perhaps going into January, where McHenry becomes sort of this long-term interim speaker, and we empower him to do some things, including help to pass a budget. But and again, as you say, funding for the conflict in terms of Ukraine, funding in terms of what's going on in Israel, a number of things. But do we get an actual speaker anytime soon? I can't see it happening, and it's certainly not going to be Jim Jordan. And by the way, this is a man who weaponized the conservative media pretty much threw the equivalent of throwing a carton of grenades down in front of a group of crazy people and saying, I don't know what you're going to do with these grenades, but hey, these are the people who are your enemies.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. They went out and they threatened their own people. They threatened their families. I mean, this is not the way to garner support.
I'm right there with you. No, you're spot on. Appreciate the call, Steve. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Let's go to, I got Alice online too. Alice, how are you? What's on your mind?
I'm insane. What I wanted to say was, it's pretty bad when all of a sudden the commentators that are Republicans, such as that Megan McArdle that writes for the Washington Post, she had an article today about the situation with, the Republicans and no speakers. But as usual, even though she was saying that, basically the Republicans needed to get their act together, she said, ends it up, the last paragraph of the article, and this is a quote from the article, she says, this is the dynamic that saw Representative Matt Gaetz and 7 other Republicans banding with Democrats to depose the Republican House Speaker. And I thought, and as usual, they have to drag the Democrats into it as if it was the Democrats that started it and not the Republicans.
The Democrats voted for their candidate. Put up a decent candidate, and they may vote for him. They haven't put up anyone who's palatable. I mean, if you want this is how this works in this country. If you want my vote, you have to be somewhat reasonable and somewhat worth voting for. They haven't put up anyone worth voting for. Choose someone else, and we'll talk about it. But Jim Jordan was a non-starter. Scalise, a non-starter. Maybe Brian Fitzpatrick gets a couple of Democrats to come around. I don't know, but he's not even being considered.
Exactly. But I thought to myself in the comment section of the article, everybody kept saying, "Hey, this is your Republican Party that did this. It's not the Democrats' place to solve your problem." I mean, people were just commenting left and right saying this. But I thought, and how usual is it? Y'all come in, make a mess, and then blame the Democratic Party for your own stupidity.
Yep.
But it's crazy. Have a good evening, Rick.
Thanks, Alice. Appreciate it. No, I mean, look, the Democrat put somebody up the Democrats are willing to vote for, and they may vote for them. That's how this works. You don't put up crazy people and go, bail us out. We've got the gasoline. Give us the match. That's not how this works. Not how it works. But here's the thing. This is the weird thing. There's some things that need to be done. We have work to be done. For instance, there is a piece of legislation, evidently, that is just popping out. New legislation from Brian Shantz, a Democrat of Hawaii, and Todd Young, a Republican from Indiana. Both senators. Who have said, hey, we just discovered that child labor isn't a thing of the past. Child labor exploitation isn't from 100 years ago. It's going on right now. In fact, according to the Department of Labor, child labor violations up 69%. What I think it is finally we're looking for it. I think finally you've got an administration that's going, hey, maybe we should stop that. Hey, maybe we should do something. Now, what I found interesting was Senator Schatz from Hawaii. This is mind blowing to me. He had just learned that the fines were minuscule. Just learned. So then, once he learned this, motivated to act. I've been talking about that for all 18 years of doing this. In fact, most labor law violations, the penalties are pathetic. In fact, they're so pathetic that it's an enticement to break the law, because the penalties don't cost you more than the payoff. In this case, the crime, it actually pays off. Crime does pay here. So now you've got, these two senators, a Republican and a Democrat, bipartisan, moving forward on legislation. This may pass the Senate, may happen. It was introduced on Wednesday. We're going to see what happens. Creates actual criminal penalties, which I think, we need, and allows victims to file civil lawsuits. Huge. Again, not just the slap on the wrist from the Labor Department. Post a notice and say you won't do it again until next time. This is stuff that we need. And again, they've needed for a very long time. But they introduced this criminal penalty for people who repeatedly hire kids, a fine up to $50,000 in a year in jail. I would say if you're doing it repeatedly, this is where I'm in favor of the death penalty. I'm not generally a death penalty person, but this is where we should institute a corporate death penalty. I'm not saying kill the CEO. Throwing them in jail is enough. Trust me, I'm not advocating for killing the CEOs. But killing the company, taking their charter, ending them, bankrupting them, that I could get behind that wholeheartedly. That would be a welcome change. We might actually then start, protecting kids again. Even poor kids. Think about that. Want to hear your thoughts? Email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. Think this would ever get to the House? How many Republicans would vote against this? That's the reason I want them to get a speaker, to see if they even bring this to the floor. There's something. Back after this. I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1823. That was the day abolitionist and women's suffragist Mary Ann Shadd Carey was born. Her parents were free blacks of color in the slave state of Delaware. They were involved with many prominent abolitionists and active in the Underground Railroad. The family moved to Pennsylvania, where Mary and her siblings were educated in Quaker schools. As a young woman, Mary became a teacher and returned to Wilmington, Delaware, where she opened a school for black children. Once the Fugitive Slave Law was passed in 1850, Mary and many other free blacks fled to Canada to safely continue their abolitionist work. She opened a school for fugitive slaves in Windsor, Ontario, just across the river from Detroit. Mary soon came under fire in the local press for insisting the school be racially integrated. She responded by starting her own newspaper, the Provincial Freeman. She and her husband Thomas often traveled to the United States to continue their anti-slavery work. They were present at John Brown's 1858 Constitutional Convention. Mary worked with Osborne Perry Anderson to publish his 1861 memoir, A Voice from Harper's Ferry. Anderson had participated in Brown's raid and was the lone African-American survivor. After her husband's death, Mary returned to the United States with her children to help recruit black soldiers for the Union Army. Once the Civil War was over, Mary moved to Washington, D.C. to teach. She enrolled in Howard University, where she earned a law degree. There, she joined the National Women's Suffrage Association and worked with Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. She continued to advocate for civil rights and women's equality until her death in 1893. Labor History in 2 brought to you by the Illinois Labor History Society and The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to laborhistoryin2.com, like us on Facebook, and follow us on the Twitters at Labor History in 2.
Seemingly intractable problems sometimes have an obvious solution standing right in front of them. Our nation's dire shortage of long-haul truck drivers, for example. Wrangling big rigs across the country is difficult and dangerous work, and the corporate giants that dominate the industry have long been wailing that they can't find people willing to do the job. Their lobbyists have even pleaded with regulators to lower the age requirements so they can hire teenagers to drive these 18-wheel behemoths. What could go wrong with that? Is there no better solution than child labor? How about us? Asked the nonprofit group Real Women in Trucking. Little known fact, less than 5% of America's long-haul drivers are women. Lesser known fact, thousands of women are eager to do the job, are fully qualified, and hold commercial licenses to drive the rigs, but are constantly rejected when they apply for openings. This is because most of the industry impose a discriminatory gotcha to reject qualified female applicants. The gimmick is an unwritten, unlawful corporate rule mandating that female job candidates can only be trained by female driving instructors. Obviously, since there are so few women drivers, very few female trainers are available, so, gotcha, women can't get hired. This is toothacheingly stupid. Major corporations are loudly crying labor shortage, while the answer to the shortage is literally knocking on their doors. Also, these are good-paying jobs, one of the few available to people without college degrees. So trucking corporations are literally slamming the door to the middle class in the face of enterprising women. This is Jim Hightower saying to the industry, hey, stop crying, answer the knock, and hire the women. To learn more about this story, go to realwomenintrucking.org.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Now, here is Rick Smith.
So, some interesting news today coming out of Michigan. Remember, though, that whole fake elector thing? Remember those people who signed up and said, no, we're the real electors. Here, we signed our name and we did all this stuff. Well, evidently, one of the fraudulent electors, a guy named James Renner, he has pled guilty. And here's the other part. The rats are jumping ship. He is going to cooperate with Dana Nessel, the Michigan Attorney General. So the 8 felony charges he had against him are going to be dropped in exchange for his cooperation. Now, here's the thing. He's not the only one. Turns out prosecutors in Georgia have bigger krakens to fry. And Sidney Powell got probation. Racketeering charges, whole bunch of other stuff, down to probation and a $6,000 fine. Oh, I wonder what she's already said. And here to share some thoughts on what that could possibly be and why the rats are jumping ship, I've asked our good friend Sarah Burris to come talk with us. Sarah is a reporter over at Raw Story, rawstory.com, the website. If you want to check out her work. Sarah, thanks for taking time for us.
Hey, how the heck are you?
I am great. So what do you think they gave up? How loud did the birdies sing?
Well, I'm gonna guess in Michigan, he probably must have had a lot to sing about because, I mean, every single charge was dismissed. This isn't, in the case of Sidney Powell, they've just sort of pled down to misdemeanors, and she's got probation, but it's 6 years of probation. And it's kind of a little bit like the agreement that they did with Alan Weisselberg, where it's like, if you screw up, you're going to prison.
Yep.
And so I feel like her thing is like, she's basically got to try and figure out how to please every prosecutor. Whereas the guy in Michigan kind of can just sort of turn over stuff, right?
No, and that was the part of this that I found. I was reading through it. She's going to pay restitution because this all comes out of that Coffee County, debacle. But she's going to pay restitution of a couple $1,000s. But the other part was is testify truthfully. And, like any plea deal, she also has to go through an allocution process where she admits what she did. So this should be entertaining to go, okay, Kraken, what'd you do? And who told you to do it? Why'd you do it? How'd you do it? This is gold.
The Kraken be Kraken. And I think the biggest thing here is obviously, Special Counsel Jack Smith has got to be watching it with glee, because it's like he didn't have to do anything here. And in Powell's case, basically she agreed to the state plea. There's no plea at the federal level. So everything that she says will be able to be used against her in federal court. So, I mean, she's got to figure out how to make a plea deal with the feds. Otherwise, she's about to get charged federally, too.
Yeah, there's no, I plead the fifth because you just made a deal.
Yeah.
Which again, I can't wait to see this. And so the question then becomes, how much is Trump worried about this? Because look, she was his lawyer. How much of what she did criminally would be covered under, attorney-client privilege? I mean, these are crimes, right? So I would assume there's no privilege here. But thoughts?
Yeah, crime fraud exception. That's the thing, is you can, if you've committed crimes or fraud, then you have to talk about it. There is no attorney-client privilege here. I think the main thing with Sidney Powell is she's got, she was in that December 18th meeting in the Oval Office. And that whole conversation basically sparked Donald Trump's tweet like early that next morning where he said, we're having this thing on January 6th. Be there, it'll be wild. So whatever happened in that late night meeting fed into that tweet, and that call to arms for Trump supporters has been one of the things that they all sort of cited in their in whenever they were arrested, is he's like, well, I was called by the president, or he told me to be there. All of these Trump allies have said basically the same thing. So I'm wondering, there's got to be a lot of stuff that is in, yes, there's the Coffee County stuff, which is its own bag of worms, but the stuff that happened in that meeting on December 18th is going to be huge, and she's going to have to disclose it.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm wondering who's next, because as I've said from the beginning, I don't know how loyal these lawyers are going to be to Trump. A lot of, Trump, is a guy who, demands loyalty, but these people aren't going to go to jail for the rest of their lives because of him. And I look at the fact that I saw this other story, and maybe you caught this as well, but Peter Thiel, who was, one of his guys, evidently was an FBI informant. I guess in the summer of 2021, the mega donor turned now a confidential human source for the FBI. I just want to know, are there tapes? Was he wired?
I think that is the exact same question I had too, because I saw that and I was just like, oh crap, like what meetings did he have? Because that was also around the time that he was trying to push Masters to run for U.S. Senate. So like, what other conversations did he have around that time? And like, what else was he able to deliver to the FBI? And holy cats, like that was a big one. And
I gotta wonder how many other of the inner circle said, "Uh-oh, this is trouble." How many of the really smart people who said, "Whoa, I better take contemporaneous notes. I better record this. I better have something to cover my own behind in case he goes down." And I think the closer we get to trial time, I think the more of this stuff we're going to see coming out. Which I got to tell you, if I'm Trump, I'm not sleeping well.
Yeah, that's the other thing that happens. There were articles today, I think Maggie Hagerman wrote about Trump was blindsided by this. Even people in Trump's orbit didn't even know that this was going to happen. And so there's got to be some catch up on the walls tonight.
The hamburgers are flying. No, but here, so because when I saw the Kraken go down, I'm going, who's next? Who would be the next logical, the next big name to come? And I could only go Rudy. Rudy, Rudy's got no money. He won't do well in prison, and with his abuse problems, being locked up is not a good thing for him.
And it's a fair point. So Ken Chesebro is the other guy who's supposed to go to court on, what is it, like Monday or Tuesday. They're starting jury selection for what was going to be Chesebro and Sidney Powell's case tomorrow. And so if he's going to make a deal, he's got to do it fast. because she's basically going to say everything, and he's got to come up with some kind of agreement that he can make. Honestly, you got to wonder if this guy thinks that he is so far above all of this, because he's sort of operated under this, like, I was at the DOJ, I did nothing wrong, kind of holier than thou attitude. Yeah. And so it may very well be the case that he goes to court and sort of sinks himself.
Good.
But
I'm innocent. The prisons are full of innocent people.
I know. It's going to be him or Rudy. I think you're right. Him or Rudy.
I'm waiting for Rudy to flip. I'm waiting for it because I think that would be the end of Trump. Because I think Rudy knows where all the bodies are buried. You listen to the Rick Smith Show, where it's Sarah Burris. Sarah's a reporter over at Raw Story, rawstory.com, the website, if you want to take a look at her work. So good. I'm glad that's happening. But we got to talk about the clown show today. For the last, how long's it been now? How long has this nightmare been going on of Republican speaker holidays?
It's like, is it 17 days? Something like that. I mean, it's too dang long.
Can we taxpayers get a reimbursement on all of the costs since they're not actually doing any work?
That is an important question I feel like we need to be asking. Is I feel like every time Republicans don't do anything, or they adjourn and then or they like come into session and then adjourn like 30 minutes afterwards, I feel like we should be getting something back from that.
What I find it really hysterical, though, is Jim Jordan started off, he had 200 votes, and then he got 199. He went backwards. And evidently today they're saying he's probably going to lose even more, could have up to 40 people voting against him. So his charm offensive, not working.
No, not at all. There are a couple of stories that I read that apparently they were drawing straws in the Republican caucus because they were a little bit nervous about like everybody piling on at once. So they've just been slowly piling on. And so he met today with like 22 of the holdouts, and they basically told him, like, we're not going to vote for you. And he kept asking them, what do you want? And they were all like, we want you to drop out of the race. Like,
we
here's
want
the
you
thing.
to go away.
We don't want anything. We want you gone. That is what we want. And he walked out of the meeting with like something written down, scribbled down on a piece of paper, or something to the effect of what do they really need, or what are they really looking for, or something like that. And it's just like, no, there is no hidden thing going on here. Like, they're really being upfront about this. They want you gone.
They don't
want
like you
out. Yes. Yeah. And there's nothing that's going to come of this. And so, I mean, he was talking about having a third vote this evening, which I think, obviously isn't going to happen. I'm curious, like, he started the day saying that he wasn't going to have a third vote. Is he really willing to humiliate himself again? And if so, I'm all for it. I will pop the popcorn.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, this is another one of those moments where you go, how far down the rabbit hole are you willing to go? And look, I find it entertaining because, look, if we're burning down our government, if we're screwing everything up, it might as well be somewhat entertaining. And it has been. I got to be honest. It's been riveting.
I mean, it's kind of that philosophy. If you're not going to cry, you may as well laugh.
Exactly. Little gallows humor. You gotta have that. Because look, there's so many things that need to be done. And this is what I'm hoping people are paying attention to. The president tomorrow is going to send a funding bill for Ukraine and Israel. To who? I don't know, because we don't have a functional House. And as you know, like everyone else does, all funding emanates out of the House. If they're on recess, if it's another snow day tomorrow, by no funding? Is that what I understand? And then what happens in a couple of days, November 17th, when we have no more money and the government runs out of money and we can't give the resources to Ukraine and Israel? What then happens?
I think the thing that I am the most concerned about is that this is what so many of the Republicans want.
Yep.
The idea of shutting down government entirely and stopping any progress at all, I feel like is part of the agenda of people like Matt Gaetz and his 7 other cohorts. And so I feel like they are winning at this, and Republicans are just sort of falling in the hole that has been dug for them by him.
Yeah, I mean, it's really quite remarkable. But like you said, I think the reality is this is what they want. They want dysfunction. They want, look, they want to be able to say, look, things are so badly broken that we have to tear it all down. We need a strong man. We need Donald Trump to come in and be the strong man, dictator, authoritarian type, because he alone can fix all of this. Constitution be damned. Set that aside. We need to get our house in order. Yeah, we do, by throwing these bums out.
And that's the thing that I feel like has been part of this, whether it's the Tea Party caucus or their MAGA caucus for a long time, where it's like, if they're trying to break it to prove that it's broken. And I mean, now we're to a point where you call it anarchy, call it nihilism, whatever you want. These people genuinely want to do as little as humanly possible to show that government isn't accomplishing anything. And I just don't understand how that message wins.
Well, look, here's the reality. And, I had a conversation with a friend the other night. And she said, she went back home to Iowa and she was talking to her brother, who is a right-wing lunatic, but a product of right-wing talk radio. For the last 20 years has been indoctrinated with this line of thought that everything government does is bad, and we don't need this, and what we need is we need an authoritarian. We need to get things in order, put those people in their place, get people back to work, and stop living off handoffs. I mean, all of the right-wing talking points. The guy sounds like just one of those. Remember when you were a kid, they had one of those things you could pull a string and the doll would just spew out stuff. That's basically what we have on the American right, are people who just spew out talking points, and they don't have any of the other stuff. This is where I think we are, and I think we're in the spot we're in.
Yeah, that's absolutely what they're dealing with. Is they have no policy, they have no plans, they have nothing to run on other than we're better than those guys. And now I feel like they're taking that away from whatever arguments they had. They could come to voters and be like, well, say what you want about us, but Democrats are, You
mean the Democrats?
Right.
I mean, because that's all they've got is that kind of demonization. And I hear this a lot from my red hat friends. The Democrats are evil. They hate America. And I go, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I remember all the conspiracies about Hillary Clinton drinking the blood of the young, and I mean, good God, people.
You mean they don't?
Right? I know, it's so shocking. And so now, like, they're taking away whatever talking points they had left, where it's like, so
finally, I got
with that whole election thing.
Yeah, I got to get your thoughts on the dust up between Senator John Fetterman and Bob Menendez. Evidently, some harsh words thrown at each other because, look, I think Fetterman's right. Menendez got to go. Sorry, you don't get to be a foreign agent. You don't get to help a foreign country when you're on the committee. I'm sorry, you just don't get to do that.
Yeah, and it's hard because you want to believe that someone is innocent until proven guilty, but at the same time, it's like, we're not going to give you the things to sell to people. And I think it's completely rational. It's completely reasonable for Fetterman to be like, hello, this is a bad idea. And what I've been surprised by is how many Democrats are willing to come forward and say, you got to go, you got to go. Republicans, if you notice, there hasn't been a word from any Republicans in the Senate.
No, in fact,
and
what's interesting is, again, you go to the House where you've got George Santos, who weren't the Republicans supposed to throw him out last week? Wasn't there supposed to be some kind of something?
Yeah, these are the things that are never going to happen because the vote is so close in the House. They actually need George Santos, of all people. So,
Think about that. Our democracy lies in the hands of George freaking Santos.
I know. And I would say the future of the Republican Party, too.
Well, they're screwed.
Yeah,
I mean, the sad reality is while they're screwed, and this is what bothers me, while they're screwed, we're all screwed, because in this country we do need two functional parties to work together to get some stuff done. And sadly, nothing's going to get done, especially the things we need. And like I said, tomorrow the president's going to ask for money for Ukraine and Israel, and I'm still not sure who he's asking.
Well, I know for certain he's been working with the Senate, and McConnell has signed off on everything that they've agreed to.
Doesn't
so I
matter.
know that
Doesn't
whatever
matter.
happens,
the Senate can pass it. The Senate can do the House's homework. They can write the bills, but ultimately it's got to start in the House.
And I don't know how they're going to figure this out, because what's been amazing to me is that Republicans have spent the last 17 days saying that Democrats should have saved McCarthy somehow, and yet they then turn around and say that whatever happens, they will not have any kind of coalition government.
Yeah.
It's like, so make up your mind. Like, which one is it? Do you want Democrats to save you or not? Because, it seems like you're kind of two minds here.
Well, no, I mean, the reality is they think it's 2000. They think it's 2001. I mean, Dick Cheney said Democrats will cave. It's what they do. They've gotten used to Democrats saving democracy. They've gotten used to Democrats coming in and putting out fires. They've gotten used to Democrats saying, okay, we'll take the back seat so that people aren't harmed. And finally, you've got a Democratic Party saying, no, go ahead, knock yourself out. Show us who you are.
And remember what happened at the last shutdown with Donald Trump, the longest shutdown in history.
Yeah.
Democrats held in that case. It was Trump and the Republicans that backed down. And I think they have now basically discovered their power, hopefully. And they're going to stick to it, which I say, let the Republicans eat their own.
There you go. Sarah, as always, incredible stuff. I appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good day tomorrow.
You as well. Our good friend Sarah Burris. Want to hear your thoughts? Email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. Quick break. Right back. Stick around. You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk. I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 2013. That was the day that two workers on California's Bay Area Rapid Transit, or BART as it is more commonly called, were struck and killed by a train. Christopher Shepard was a BART track engineer. Lawrence Daniels was a contract employee. Both men had years of experience working on the tracks. They were inspecting the tracks when they were hit and killed. Workers who usually operated the trains were out on strike. The Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1555 and SEIU Local 1021 had walked off the job the day before. The strike disrupted the daily commute of 400,000 Bay Area travelers. The unions were on strike for improved wages and safer working conditions. The union wanted bulletproof glass for station agent booths for worker safety. They also asked for improved lighting in the tunnels. According to an article in Mother Jones, quote, a BART spokesman called the safety issues a smokescreen, arguing that contract negotiations were not the place to raise them. In response to the strike, BART was training a replacement worker to run the train when the tragedy occurred. The manager, who was supposed to monitor the unexperienced driver, had left the car. In addition, the National Transportation Safety Board found that BART had no way for workers on the tracks to communicate with the drivers. The family of Lawrence Daniels sued BART, which settled for $300,000. The union and BART settled the strike 2 days after the tragic deaths. The union won nearly a 16% pay raise. The union also won safety upgrades, but management won concessions on employee contributions to medical benefits and pensions. Labor History in 2 brought to you by the Illinois Labor History Society and The Rick Smith Show. For more information, go to laborhistoryin2.com.
You're listening to The Rick Smith Show, where working people come to talk.
Really is quite amazing where we are. And look, it's easy to make light of the fact that there's such chaos in the House. Because, again, I think, as Sarah pointed out, what else can you do in this moment but find humor in disaster? like I said, gallows humor. But the reality is, this is sadly serious, and the rest of the world is watching. And if you watch the president's speech today, which was, I got to tell you, I'm going to go with Brit Hume. It was the best speech of his presidency. It was the most important speech of his presidency. And without him, I got to tell you, I was just reading Dr. Cornel West's statement about, we can have Biden in World War III or Trump in Civil War II. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, with binary choices like that to begin with. But the idea that Biden's going to bring on World War III because we have the audacity to not give in and surrender to Vladimir Putin is just insane to me. And look, I am not a warmonger. For the most part, I'm anti-war. But there are moments where you have to stand up. And I remember back during the Iraq, when we went into Iraq, and I was on this program saying, hey, we shouldn't be here. This is not a fight for us. And I had people who actually believed I was a pacifist, which I'm like, no, I'm not a pacifist. I agree with the Powell Doctrine. I agree with, if someone hits you with a feather, you hit him with a brick. I completely agree with that. But I also agree with Teddy Roosevelt, walk softly and carry a big stick. But when you have a dictator, when you have an authoritarian like Putin, who has said he wants to take over and get the band back together, take him for what he says. Poland's next. Estonia, Latvia, all those are on the board. And as the president said today, which I think is incredibly important and was very forceful, we will defend NATO countries. That was talking directly to Vladimir Putin. It wasn't for you and me, it was for Putin. And again, as I said, I don't know where that speech goes if it's Donald Trump giving it. I don't know which side he would be on. Want to hear your thoughts? Email me, Rick at thericksmithshow.com. Quick break, right back.
I do think for an Arctic species, the future is uncertain.
Alaska cancels snow crab harvest due to crashing populations. New documents show the natural gas industry used Big Tobacco's playbook to block gas stove pollution regulations. Plus, sweeping new study finds the U.S. is on track to reach net zero climate goals.
Good.
But it's going to take a lot more work.
All of that work and more straight ahead. From BradBlog.com, I'm Brad Friedman.
And I'm Desi Doyen.
Stand by for 6 minutes of independent green news, politics, analysis, and snarky comment.
So we're fighting back. I'm fighting back. I'm like, no, don't take away popular gas stoves from people.
Nobody was ever taking away gas stoves from anybody. Arizona Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, glad to hear you're not running for re-election because Congress is broken. I wonder who broke it. This is your Green News Report.
Okay. KCAA Loma Linda. The Legacy KCAA 1050 AM and Express 106.5 FM.
NBC News Radio, I'm Michael Kastner. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan isn't giving up on becoming the next Speaker of the House. Jordan told reporters this morning on Capitol Hill he'll stay in the race despite resistance from his colleagues and losing 2 rounds of votes earlier in the week.
We need to get to work for the American people. We need to do what we said we were going to do. We need to do what we told them we were going to do when they elected us and put us in office. And frankly, we can't do that if the House isn't open. And if we can't open the House until we get a speaker.
Third vote is scheduled on the House floor this morning, but Jordan doesn't appear to have the necessary support from members of his own party at this time. As far as the other party, House Majority Leader Hakeem Jeffries this morning.
He is the poster child for MAGA extremism. We are saying to our traditional Republican colleagues, good men and women on the other side of the aisle, end the attachment to the extremist Jim Jordan and join with Democrats in finding a bipartisan path forward.
The House has entered its 17th day without an elected leader. The chamber is unable to pass any legislation until a speaker is elected. President Biden is appealing to American citizens for support in the wars in Israel and Ukraine. More from Mark Mayfield.
During a rare primetime address to the nation on Thursday, Biden argued support for the two nations is key to national security as he prepares to ask for congressional aid. He said that American leadership is what holds the world together, adding that both Hamas and Putin represent different threats but want to annihilate a neighboring democracy. Biden added there is no higher priority than getting the hostages held by Hamas back home. The president plans to send Congress a supplemental funding request on Friday that reportedly totals $100 billion in combined aid for Israel and Ukraine.
Michael Kastner, NBC News Radio.
From the KCAA Weather Center, I'm Daniel Clark. This afternoon, it's sunny and breezy, then clear. High 94, low 60. Saturday is sunny and breezy, then mostly clear. High 87, low 55. For Sunday, it's sunny, then 30% chance of showers. High 78, low 54. I'm Daniel Clark, broadcasting live from the Tri-City Center at the 10 and 210 freeways. We are the trifecta of talk in Southern California. KCAA 102.3 FM, Riverside 106.5 FM, Redlands in the Legacy 1050 AM, Loma Linda, San Bernardino.
For over a century, AM radio has evolved to meet the needs of our community. More than 80 million listeners depend on AM radio each month. It's also the backbone of the emergency alert system, keeping us safe in dangerous times. A new bill in Congress would ensure this free, reliable service remains in cars. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM radio for every vehicle act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
What is your plan for your beneficiaries to manage your final expenses when you pass away? Life insurance, annuities, bank accounts, investment accounts, all require a death certificate, which takes 10 days based on the national average, which means no money is immediately available, and this causes stress and arguments. Simple solution, the beneficiary liquidity plan. Use money you already have. No need to come up with additional funds. The funds grow tax-deferred and pass tax-free to your named beneficiaries. The death benefit is paid out in 24 to 48 hours without a death certificate. You heard me right. Without a death certificate. Call us at 1-800-306-5086.